Texas Heavy kicked things off last night, and champions were on the charge. We will recap that and get you set for day 2 of the Rogue Invitational. The Rogue Iron Game starts now. A new record and an event win for Tia Toomey. Has done it. He is your Rogue Invitational champion. For the 3rd straight year, the best strongman athletes in the world and the best CrossFit athletes in the world have descended on Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas for the 2023 Rogue Invitational. The fans are starting to stream in here, enjoying Vendor Village, getting a little fitness in and some shopping, and getting ready for some strongman and CrossFit action. And on the CrossFit side of things, the champ is here. Tia Toomey is back and already doing Tia Toomey-like things. We'll have more on that in a second. A busy 3 days coming up here as we will crown a strongman champion and 2 CrossFit champions. We have 2 CrossFit events today, 3 strongman events today, and they'll actually kick things off at 12 noon local time with the Tower of Power, and the competition wraps up on Sunday. Welcome inside the Rogue Iron Games studios, everybody, here at the Rogue tent at the Rogue Invitational. I'm Sean Woodland with CrossFit Games athletes China Cho and Pat Sherwood. This is always a great time to be here. Pat, what are you looking forward to the most over these next 3 days?
Man, the most, I don't know, there's so much, but since we don't have Justin Medeiros competing on the men's side, it's opened up. Are we going to have Vellner? Is it going to be Adler? Is it going to be Chandler Smith? I don't know. There's so many options there. We've got Tia Claire Toomey coming back. How fantastic is that? That's who you want to see compete. And then the unknown factor is the weather. What's going to happen there?
You've actually competed at this competition before. What makes it so special, not only for the athletes, but also the fans?
So I got to compete here in 2019 with Rich Froning and Team Mayhem. Rogue does a great job of making the athletes the top priority of the weekend and the fan experience the top priority of the weekend. Every year it gets better and better, and this year is going to be no different.
Let's take a look at the schedule for today, as we already showed you the schedule in its entirety, but we'll drill down and get a little more specific. Now, times are subject to change because, as you heard Pat mention, weather has started to throw a little bit of a wrench into things so far. Tower of Power gets scheduled at noon local time. After that, the CrossFit athletes will take the field, and then the legends, and then we will conclude things at 6:15 local time with the ultimate log medley. I mentioned the weather. That's forced us to shift a few things around, especially yesterday. Right now, there's no rain, but rain is expected later on in the day. They will be evaluating things throughout the day, and if changes need to be made, they will communicate those clearly to the athletes, and the goal is to make sure that the competition is fair and that all the athletes are safe. That's what's happening this year. But if we take a look back at last year, we had some fantastic moments in both the strongman and the CrossFit competitions. And if 2023 is half as exciting as 2022, we're in for a treat. Mentioned Tia Toomey, and you just saw shots of Laura Horvath, who is your defending Rogue Invitational champion. We have 20 women in the field here for the individual competition. 15 were invited. We have 5 qualifiers, and Tia Toomey once again back at live competition for the first time in more than a year. She is a 3-time Rogue Invitational champion. We saw her last night. We wanted to know what could we expect from her coming in after so much time off, and it's like she never left.
Yeah, she blew the roof off of this joint. And honestly, having her back in action, who doesn't love to watch the GOAT? She definitely raises the level of competition across the entire field, unlike any other athlete that I've ever seen.
And like you mentioned, leading up to this, 6 wins at the games, 3 wins at the Invitational. She is hands down the most dominant and decorated female athlete, period, ever, end of story. You want to see her throw down, so she's incredible to watch. She's going to put on a heck of a show.
And we've been talking about it for a while. The fans are all talking about it, and the athletes are talking about Tia Toomey finally being back on the competition floor.
Tia's amazing. I've always been very fond of her. She was always very kind to me, starting back in 2017 when I went to the CrossFit Games, and so it's always a joy to compete with her. She's a GOAT. She is one of the best of all time.
I'm really excited that Tia's back. Yeah, honestly, everything she does is incredible.
The fact that she's coming back after giving birth to an amazing baby girl so early is just so impressive.
I know some people who gave birth, and for them it was longer, but they also haven't been training as she does. So I'm sure it's gonna be great. I'm excited to compete against her.
She has a strong mental, and I think it's the fight everybody wants to see. Laura and Tia, everybody wants to know who will win now.
We all know how impressive Tia Toomey's career resume is, but how about this? At the Rogue Invitational, she's competed in 22 events. She has won 11. Flip a coin.
Batting 50% there, yeah.
That's a 500 winning percentage.
Yeah, wow.
Unbelievable. So the question now is she the favorite to win this?
Is she the clear favorite? I don't think she's the clear favorite.
Even after
I just don't think.
I
think that there's a lot of ladies that want to give her a run for her money, and they will. She did steal the 100 points. She did take Texas heavy last night. You can never count her out. She made that very, very clear. She has a whole new purpose now, trying to prove to her family, her daughter, how strong she really is, not just for herself anymore. Clear favorite, no. Favorite after last night. Moving up the ranks for sure for me.
Here's what I'll say. Tia should not win the Invitational. It just shouldn't be physically possible that about 6 months after giving birth, when, I've 3 kids myself, I watched my wife come back. You're happy to fit into your jeans at the 6-month mark.
Yeah.
She's going to throw down with the fittest woman on the planet. That's mind-boggling. It defies the odds. And if she does it, start to rewrite the anatomy and physiology, exercise science textbooks. It's going to be crazy.
Well, Tia is a lot of things, but what she is not is the defending Rogue Invitational champion or the defending fittest woman on earth. Both of those honors go to Laura Horvath, and she is looking to hang on to both of those titles in 2023 and beyond.
Let's go. Oh, what a move!
Laura Horvath is leaving everybody behind right now. Laura Horvath looks to pick up her 4th test win. .265. On Sunday. The woman from Hungary is Superwoman. Laura Horvath is the fittest woman on earth. 7 years ago, Laura Horvath was a 19-year-old rookie at the Meridian Regional. Then 2 years later, she found herself on the podium in her first ever appearance at the CrossFit Games. She's been the runner-up twice, and of course is the fittest woman on earth after finishing first in Madison in 2023. And she was asked about her chances of repeating as the Rogue Invitational champion.
I'm competing against basically the top 20 women in the world. because they invited the best of the best, which I'm very excited about. The most excited about, I think, is I compete against Gabby again. She is one of my best friends, so I'm excited to compete against her. It's going to be fun, just a good time with all the ladies. So I'm here to win the Rogue Invitational again.
Laura Horvath is going to have her work cut out for her this weekend if she wants to remain defending champion at the Rogue Invitational. But she's had an up and down career and now is really on that upswing.
You know, she's a pesky athlete,
Yeah.
as somebody who's an analyst, because her career was not linear. She burst onto the scene as a rookie for the games in 2018, and she takes second. Are you kidding me? All eyes on her. The future's bright. Nope, gets worse the next year, goes to 14th. The year after that, drops to 24th, so you stop paying attention to her. And then what happens the next 3 years? Podium, podium, victory. She's incredible. She's going to be competing for the 5th time at the Rogue Invitational, and every single year she's gotten better. 19th, 5th, 4th, and then a 1st last year. So she is on a heck of a trajectory.
And we're going to watch that battle between Toomey and Horvath throughout this weekend. But there are 18 other athletes, talented athletes in this field. Who else should we be watching?
Emma Lawson, I mean, how can you count her out? She's only 18 years old, but she started CrossFit at 7. That means she's been doing CrossFit for longer than most of her competitors have. Let's just mention that she was 2nd at this last year's CrossFit Games. She took 1st in the longest event at the Games, ride, and she took 7th in the Olympic total. She doesn't have any holes in her game. Her background in competitive dance is obviously translated to great body awareness, great gymnastics, and she is definitely a dangerous athlete and one to watch all weekend.
The women's competition will continue later on this afternoon. We're going to shift our attention to the men, but before we do that, we want to remind you of the Rogue Iron Game premium stream, or as I'm calling it, the Pat Sherwood Happy Fun Hour.
Oh boy, there we go.
Only $25 for the entire weekend. You're going to get your own camera choices that you can customize. You'll have
everything
you'll have Pat Sherwood. I mean, that's worth the price of admission alone. You're gonna have some great guests like Annie Thorstadter today, Justin Medeiros, who's the champion from last year, not competing.
You name them, we
Strongman
got
athletes. We're gonna have the Buttery Bros. That'll be fun. Pat will be with you the entire weekend. Again, just $25 for exclusive behind-the-scenes stuff and customized options for you as far as your viewing experience is concerned on that premium stream. So that is going to be a lot of fun. And then China Cho is going to be part of that as well. And you're the one actually doing the work.
Yes, she'll be working. Yeah.
All the work.
Yeah,
for
we'll
sure.
be messing around.
Well, let's go to the men's side of the competition. We do not have the defending champion in the field. That is Justin Medeiros. We do have one former champion. That's Pat Vellner, who won this in 2020. Jeff Adler comes in as the fittest man on earth, and Ricky Garrard is back in live competition after injuring his shoulder earlier this year. Adler is looking to win the Rogue Invitational for the first time in his career.
I've prepared as best I could for Rogue. We've come out of the games. I know this is not the peak of my physical abilities, but I think mentally there's this little added pressure of, can I win again? So I guess like the main reason for me to try and win here is to prove to myself that I can do it. But I've also tried to prepare mentally that if it doesn't happen, that I'm okay with it. And the most important thing is to be as fit as I can in the summertime and try to like have my seasons like laid out like that. But yeah, I mean, we can't win them all, but it would be fun to do so.
We talked about the Tia Toomey-Laura Horvath matchup on the women's side. This is the one we're all going to be watching on the men's side. Jeffrey Adler and Roman Khrennikov. They had that great battle at the CrossFit Games. A lot of people think Khrennikov would have stood on top of the podium had he not injured his foot. They get to continue that battle here at the Rogue Invitational. But Jeff Adler has had a very steady rise to the top of this sport.
Yes, he has. He has been creeping up all of the leaderboards. Rogue Invitational, CrossFit Games, Wadapalooza, you name it, he's doing it. He is such an explosive athlete. He is a barbell technician, and he has clearly been working on his endurance. He took second in the 5K at the CrossFit Games, and last night crushes Texas Heavy and goes on to win that event. He is obviously looking to make winning a habit, and that is scary for everyone he's competing against.
On the other side of that, Roman Khrennikov, we know he's a home run hitter, but what kind of shape is he going to be in less than a couple months removed from that broken foot.
There's so much going on with the Krenikov-Adler thing. It's going to be a fantastic competition. But, yeah, the big question was that Roman broke his foot at the games this year. And for the final 2 events, he really couldn't do much other than stand around. But he had done so well and had accumulated so many points that really even not competing in the last 2 events, he still ended up on the podium in 3rd place. So he's an astonishing athlete. Breaking your foot in August, here it is just late October, that's not very long. So I was really curious to see how this has impacted his training. Texas heavy, talk about a foot heavy event, so to speak, and he finishes 3rd place. I don't know if he was in agony the whole time, but he performed, so looking great.
Well, speaking of coming back from injuries, Ricky Garrard, this is his first live competition since suffering that shoulder injury. He's a little more removed than Krenikov is from the foot, but what can we expect from Ricky Garrard here?
Ricky Garrard is an exciting athlete to watch. You know, he's somebody who is an emotional athlete. You know, he's willing to roll the dice, take some chances, you know, by his own admission on the field. Sometimes it works out great, makes a heck of a highlight reel for us to talk about. Other times is a bit of implosion, but it's always interesting. But the big thing for him, much like Roman, was injury related. Crashed his mountain bike. That kept him from being able to compete at the games this year. So here he is. Is the shoulder 100%? I don't know, but he had to qualify to get here, and that qualifier was no joke. So it must be good enough to be under some load. I can't wait to see him throw down.
And as we mentioned, the competition started last night with the opening event for the CrossFit competition. It was Texas heavy. We'll take a look at what happened in the women's event. It's the first time again that we had seen Tia Toomey in live competition for more than a year. Texas heavy was a pretty brutal challenge. You had to run a mile with 80 pounds total. Then you dropped that corn sack, and then they ran 800 meters with 30-pound ruck, and then a final 1 mile run unweighted. Early on, it was Laura Horvath and Tia Toomey battling for the lead. Once they got through that first mile is where Tia Toomey really took over. She took the lead from Horvath on the 800-meter loop, and then on that 1 mile loop opened up an insurmountable lead. And this is where I think eyes really started to get pretty wide at what Tia Toomey had accomplished in her first event back.
I mean, what can we say? The champ is back. If there were any doubts about Tia's fitness level, post-baby, they've been squelched. They've been silenced. They no longer exist. She started Texas heavy in the lead of the pack and never fell off. She was out there. She looked fierce. She finished the event with a smile. What else can you ask for?
20 minutes, 24 seconds. Gabby McGowan will take 2nd. Emily Rahl finishes 3rd. Horvath fell back to 4th, and it's Emma Lawson who finishes in 5th. Let's go to the men's side of things. Same event, but a heavier load. They had to run the first 1 mile with 100 pounds, the second 800 with 45 pounds, and then that unweighted 1 mile run, and then the final bag drag at 125 pounds. Roman Krenikov was aggressive early.
He was out early, man.
I thought he was going to run away with that, but then Yellow Hossa and Jeffrey Adler kind of reeled him in. Hossa grabbed the lead here on the 800.
And look at Yellow. There's no one behind him on those camera shots right there. And you thought, like you said, he was off to the races. That just makes it so, look, there you go, no one near him. This just makes it all the more impressive that Adler started to just make up a huge amount of distance and then didn't overextend himself and crash and burn, actually sustained that pace. It was a tremendous show of his endurance and stamina.
Jeff Adler goes on to win the event. A great strategy from him. Locks up 100 points. Host is going to wind up in 2nd place by just 7 seconds. Roman Krenikov hangs on for 3rd. A couple seconds ahead of Brent Fikowski, and it's Chandler Smith rounding out the top 5. So biggest takeaway for you after that opening event, Pat?
No, man, I was looking at Adler versus Krenikov because everything leading up to this on social media, take that for what it's worth, that there was chirping between those two athletes at the games, some head games mentality going on. You know, Krenikov verbalized that he was not happy about that, and it happened supposedly on a 5K run. So now we see them running next to each other, and Adler beats him out. I'm curious to see if that rattled Krenikov, or can he shake it off?
Yeah, there is a lot of money on the line here in this competition. 1.6 million plus total prize purse, and every single athlete competing will earn a share of that. So 1 through 20, they all get a payout, and that money comes from a bunch of different sources, from Bitcoin, ticket sales, merchandise sales, the online qualifier, the community event, and Rogue's initial cash investments of more than $1.6 million. Once again, remember the premium Rogue Iron Game stream available for just $25 for all 4 days, hosted by Pat Sherwood. China Cho will be on that. And then the Heat 1 winners from every CrossFit event will actually join them on the stream. You'll have some customizable camera options that you can mess around with. It's going to be an absolute blast to hang out. I wish I wasn't doing what I was doing so I could come and hang out, because this just sounds like a great time. $25 for all 4 days, so check it out. It's going to be a blast. So that's it for CrossFit. They're going to get going on later in the day, but the Strongman competition will kick things off. We're going to dive into that with Dr. Bill Crawford and Jerry Pritchett, and it is a star-studded field here in 2023.
Luke Stoltman from Invergordon, Scotland.
I am Evan, the T-Rex Singleton. I am from Nashville, Tennessee.
Trey Mitchell from Lumberton, Texas.
I am Alexei Novikov. I'm from Ukraine.
I'm Tom Stoltman. I'm from the Highlands in Scotland.
My name is Thomas Evans, originally from Franklin, North Carolina.
My name is Bobby Thompson. I'm from Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Maxime Boudreau, New Brunswick Moncton.
My name is Mitchell Hooper. I am from Barrie, Ontario, Canada, and I am the world's strongest man.
The athletes here, I mean, they're the best athletes in the world.
World record holders, we have veterans, we have newer guys.
Last year I won competition, and I think in my win it's special for my country.
Yeah, of course, I want to win. I've just finished competing last weekend and come off with a win, so I want to keep that, streak going, and I feel very confident. I've trained hard for this.
I'm really pushing towards the top here. I feel good about these events. Most of them are in my wheelhouse, and try to get better with every competition this year, and kind of lay it all out there and see what happens.
Evans coming in hard. Tom Stoltman as well.
Baby brother Tom, 2 times world's strongest man. Bobby Thompson.
Then we have Evan Singleton. So he was supposed to be here with us last year, but he got way too excited in training and tore his bicep. He's healed up. He's a more mature athlete now. I'm ready to see what he's going to have to offer.
I compete aggressive and angry.
Trey Mitchell, I'm excited for.
The Stoltman brothers, which is always a crowd favorite.
Kieliszkowski.
Of course, we have defending champion Alexei Novikov. He's always a threat because he's already decided that he's won, I think.
Mitchell Hooper.
And then we have Hooper. I mean, I think at this point we have to accept he's a real one.
There's probably 6 guys we could reasonably say could come out on top this weekend, which would be me, Mateusz, Trey, Alexei, Tom, and Evan.
This is the hardest lineup in Strongman, and rightfully so, it's the Rogue Invitational.
That is Alexei Novikov. He is your defending Rogue Invitational champion, but may not be the favorite. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. But getting himself fired up for this competition, because he's going to have his work cut out for him with this star-studded field. 10 men in the field here, and you heard them all introduce themselves. You have Tom Stoltman, a 2-time world's strongest man. Mateusz Kieliszkowski is always a threat. Mitchell Hooper, that guy has been on a tear recently. American Nightmare, Bobby Thompson, Evan Singleton, the T-Rex. It's going to be an absolute blast to watch this competition over the next 2 days. Joined at the desk now by Dr. Bill Crawford and Jerry Pritchett. For people who don't usually watch this, how good is this field from top to bottom?
This is stacked. This is super stacked, Sean. So you have the last 4 years World's Strongest Man winners represented. You have the Arnold champion here. You have last year's winner for the Rogue Invitational. You've got a couple of guys who finished top 5 in both the, both World's Strongest Man and Strongest Man on Earth, and also the Arnold. So you've got a stacked field. Even the new guys are top level. This is probably one of the best fields that we've seen, and I think in my mind, the best field we've seen so far at the Rogue Invitational.
Jerry, what makes this such a prestigious competition for the athletes?
So Sean, every sport has their big ones, and all athletes in those sports want to get to that big one. This, for Strongman, has become the pinnacle event that these athletes want to get to. With everything Rogue puts into this, the equipment is top-notch, there's prize money, the sponsors, the arena, everything. This is where you want to be.
We mentioned that Alexei Novikov is the defending champion, but may not be the favorite here. That's because you have 2 guys by the name of Tom Stoltman and Mitchell Hooper in the field. And Mitchell Hooper has just been downright dominant since debuting at World's Strongest Man in 2022, where he finished 8th. Since then, he has never finished lower than 3rd. Jerry, what makes this guy so good?
He's just a natural talent. Since came onto the circuit at World's Strongest Man. He made the final, the first time at World's Strongest Man, and then put himself on the podium at every show since then. And then this year, winning the big ones, winning World's Strongest Man, winning the Arnold Classic. He was second at Strongest Man on Earth. You know, he showed up every contest. So we got to expect he's going to do the same this weekend.
And Tom Stoltman is the other man that has been a popular pick to possibly win this whole thing, but he recently competed. What can we expect from him?
Well, Tom Stoltman is two-time World's Strongest Man. He placed second World's Strongest Man this year. He just comes off this huge win, just as he had said in the run there. This is Tom Stoltman. If he comes in ready, he could actually be dominant. What I really expect from him is to do well this week, and I'll tell you why. Because 2 years ago, he came in second the week after having a Giants Live win. So you have to expect the same kind of thing. He's going to do it again.
Those are only 2 guys in the field. We have 8 other super talented, super strong athletes here who are competing at the Rogue Invitational. So who else has a chance to maybe put himself on top of the podium?
Well, I pick kind of a dark horse would be Evan Singleton. He's had a top 5 World's Strongest Man this year. The events line up very well for Evan. He's a 1,000-pound deadlifter. He's got a 200-kilogram log press. He's got good dynamics. He's also matured. He's gotten a little bit stronger, obviously, but he's also matured. So I think he's worked on all of those details. And he said he's healthy. I talked to him yesterday.
Who do you like as far as the dark horse is concerned?
Trey Mitchell.
Yeah.
You know, he's done well here before. He did well at Strongest Man on Earth, at World's Strongest Man. He's won the Shaw Classic before. So he's coming bigger than ever here. So his training's looked really well, on point. He's one of the guys that didn't compete last weekend, so he should be fresh. So I look to see big things from him.
Yeah, the strongman competition is going to take 2 days. We'll have 3 events today and 3 tomorrow. These times are subject to change depending on the weather. Right now we're scheduled to go as planned at 12 local time with the Tower of Power. That's that deadlift for reps. The Iron Bull sled pull. That's going to be a blast to watch, and then we're going to close things out with the ultimate log medley. Talked about the Tower of Power. That's going to be the first thing here on day number 2 of the Rogue Invitational, and that is a just formidable apparatus that is sitting out there in left field of Dell Diamond Stadium here in Round Rock, Texas. You're going to have 60 seconds to deadlift approximately 1,000 pounds. What are the keys to this thing?
Well, first off, I want to say this is red meat for strongman fans. This is my favorite event, I think, Jerry. Everybody loves this. It's loaded for 900 pounds. But the first thing you have to do with this is not a regular deadlift bar. You have to have good foot positioning. You also have to activate your glutes and your quads to start the pull, because this thing's swinging, as you can see. It's not just a regular pull with a bar. And then you need to finish with a strong lockout and still control the bar, Jerry.
Yeah, like you said, this isn't like your normal deadlift you see in the gym, like if you're doing a rack dead. This is a very difficult pull. You know, as you saw in the video there, that bar is just sitting there, and then those cables are picking from that frame at the bottom. So you're fighting the friction of those bearings as that carriage comes up. It's a very hard pull.
Who's your favorite to walk away with the win here?
I think Tom Stoltman is probably the best deadlifter here, him and Mitch Hooper. But Bobby Thompson, Trey Mitchell
Trey
did
had 10 reps last year.
Yeah, so Trey's got to be a big favorite here as well.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch play out. Again, that's at noon local time, the Tower of Power. Guys, thanks so much for being here. We'll be hearing from you throughout the day. And remember, we have the Rogue Iron Game premium stream available for you. It's $25 for the entire weekend. We're going to have behind-the-scenes stuff. We're going to have some great guests. Pat Sherwood will be there. Brian Shaw is going to be on there today, as well as Martine Litzes and Hathor Bjornsson, who's making his return to Strongman competition here soon. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Again, that's Iron Game Premium, $25 for all 4 days. You're going to have some customizable camera options as well to really enhance your viewing experience. Overall schedule, once again, for today, Tower of Power. That's going to be our first event. 3 Strongman events here on Friday. We have 2 CrossFit events. We're also going to have our Legend Showcase that is scheduled to go at 2 o'clock. And remember, all of these times subject to change. If there is a change that needs to be made because of weather, that change will be communicated clearly to the athletes and with plenty of time for them to adjust, as the goal here is to keep everyone safe and to run a fair and fun competition. Now that is going to do it for this edition of the Rogue Iron Game as we get day number 2 here kicked off of the 2023 Rogue Invitational. The Tower of Power coming up next for the Strongmen, so stay with us, everybody. A primal test of strength kicks off the strongman competition at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. The Tower of Power is next. Has done it. He is your Rogue Invitational champion. Straight year, the top strongman athletes in the world have gathered here to compete at the 2023 Rogue Invitational, and for the second straight year, we kick things off with that. The Tower of Power, the first of 6 events in the strongman competition. Thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Lawrence Chalet, and as I mentioned, this is the second straight year that we have opened up with this event. What are you most excited to see here over the next 30 or so minutes?
Oh, we are starting with a true power test. The deadlift, always an event that these athletes want to win. Trey Mitchell did the most out of the athletes that are competing this year, so exciting to see what shape he's in. But we've got a whole host of athletes that want to win the deadlift.
Mentioned that there are 6 total events in the strongman competition. We are going to have 3 today and 3 tomorrow, weather permitting. Now, these times right now are subject to change in the strongman competition, as weather has thrown a little bit of a wrench into things throughout the weekend. If things need to be adjusted, they will be communicated with plenty of time beforehand to the athletes in order to keep the competition fair and safe. After the Tower of Power, we're going to the Iron Bull sled pull, and then we're going to close things out later this evening with the ultimate log medley. But the Tower of Power, that is what is in front of us. That is presented by GoRuck. You're going to have 60 seconds to lift 1,000 pounds, nearly 1,000 pounds, as many times as you possibly can.
Yeah, 1,000 pounds. It's actually heavier than last year's competition, so we may see a few less reps, but it's all about leg power, back power, and just brute strength.
Here is your start list for this competition. Defending champion Alexei Novikov, he will be going second, and then 2 men will be keeping our eyes on. Tom Stoltman will be going 4th, and then Mitchell Hooper will be going 3rd. We expect that to be a good battle throughout the weekend. Kiki Dixon is the 3rd member of our broadcast team, as she is down there with the Tower of Power with more on this opening event.
13,000 pounds of yellow pines timber that was sourced right here from Texas. They paired it with brackets that were manufactured at Rogue, and you are looking at 2,000 pounds of metal on the Tower of Power. This event matters for a lot of reasons, right? Not only the points up for grabs, but it also determines their seeding for the next event, the Iron Bull, which no one has done before. Better seeding means that you get to sit back, watch the other strongmen go, and take some notes.
Thank you, Kiki. Let's talk about keys to this opening event here, Laws.
This event it's a true test of power. We're talking leg strength, back strength, making sure your hips are locked out, really starting the contest off with the strongman event. You know, these athletes, they love to win a deadlift. It's bragging rights behind scenes. It's an event that everyone wants to be the best at. Like I mentioned earlier, Trey Mitchell got the most reps on this out of the athletes competing. Unfortunately, Pavlo Nekonechny is not here to defend his win on this event, but we have some new athletes that I think are worth looking at as well, particularly Evans Singleton. He's had a great year this year. He's a 1,000-pound puller from the floor. I'm interested to see how he can do on this variation.
Here is Kieliszkowski. He will kick things off here, making his 2nd appearance at the Rogue Invitational. Last time he was here was in 2021 when he finished in 4th.
So this really isn't his favorite event. If you have an athlete that has so many strengths like him, this is his kryptonite, if you like. He's not performed well on the deadlift the last couple of times we've seen him, and that confidence seems to kind of affect him a little bit with it as well. I haven't seen him compete for a few months. He says training is going well. Let's take a look at how he does.
This is the last time in the upper left-hand part of your screen that Mateusz was here at the Rogue Invitational, and we had that Wheel of Pain implement. He finished 4th, and we were talking about this earlier on these deadlift events. If he can just get this middle of the road, he is a threat to get himself on the podium and maybe on top.
Absolutely. Well, we saw him as recently as the Arnolds this year, where he came second to Mitch Hooper. Amazing performance, winning events. Just the deadlift was what let him down. It's where he's losing the most points on. He needs to make sure he can pick up a few points on this just to build that confidence going into the stronger events as the contest moves forward.
So Kieliszkowski will get us kicked off here in the Tower of Power. And 60 seconds, max reps here.
And it's not looking good right from the start there. He doesn't need to worry about rushing his time. He knows he's not going to be one of the athletes getting double figures, but he needs a rep. Really important to start the competition, get a point on the board, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Kieliszkowski continuing to pull, and he's just not going to be able to get a good rep.
And it's so frustrating, you know. You'll pull that, and it's one of those events where you're just strong enough or you're not. It's an event he's lost so much confidence on the last couple of years. He had a lat injury. That affects the back very much. And he just, because he's had so many poor performances now, I think sometimes it plays on his mind. You can see the head shaking there. Not the start that Kieliszkowski would have wanted.
Mateusz Kieliszkowski descends the Tower of Power without getting a good rep, and not the start he is looking for here in this competition. Is once again in a deadlift event putting himself in an early hole, and that will bring up our defending champion, Novikov. Novikov coming in, and it's strange that you would have a defending champion who is not the favorite.
It is strange, and Alexei is, you know, he's a class act. He's someone that has done so well in so many competitions. As you say there, the defending champion. He's just had a tough time recently. He's had a few operations. I was speaking to him last night, and he's starting to feel a bit more confident again. He's starting to see some form return, and I think he wants to really show he is still one of the best athletes out there this weekend. He said to me he's not 100%, but every week training's got better, and this is an event he can do very well at. He got 9 reps on this last year. He likes the higher deadlifts. His lockout is very, very strong, so it'll give us a good indication of where he's at right now. A strong start on this. He's going to put himself in a good position.
The past couple of events in which he has competed have not been solid results for him. He was 10th at the Shaw Classic.
Yeah, the last 2 shows have not been the best for him at all. But before that, it's very rare that we'd see him off a podium. One of the most consistent performers, and I want to see him back to his best. Such a strong performance at the Rogue last year, and he's the only athlete that's competed in every single strongman competition at the Rogue Invitational.
Had that impressive performance on the Sear Bell, won that event, and now looking to start things off here with a solid showing in the Tower of Power.
Just prowling around, looking focused. He wants to get started. The nerves before the first event are always the worst. Still only 27 years old as well. He's achieved so much in his young career. Still time to add plenty of titles to what he's already won.
Has 11 international contest wins and 38 appearances. Looking to add to that total here as he makes his way up the Tower of Power. Novikov getting some final instructions from the judges before he will grab hold of that bar. 60 seconds for max reps here.
So the athletes are using these straps to attach themselves to the bar. This isn't about grip strength on this. They want to focus on back and leg strength.
And Novikov has his time started.
There we go, the first rep that we've seen so far today. Solid second rep there for Alexei Novikov. Looking good, getting into a nice rhythm. Perfect positioning there. Nice solid lockout. Gets the down signal. Last year, Alexei got 9 repetitions. What can he do this year? He's on 6 so far. Thick leather belt just to protect that lower back. Straps so he doesn't have to worry about the grip strength. Then it's all about driving hard into the floor with the legs, pulling with the back at the same time. And 6 repetitions is our lead after 2 athletes.
Good start for our defending Rogue Invitational champion. 6 good reps. And it looked like once he found that groove, he was able to move that pretty efficiently.
Yeah, he's a very technical lifter, Alexei is. Very well trained. He has, he's one of those, just make sure the movement patterns are practiced over and over again. When he gets into that rhythm, he's flying. I think this year they have made that deadlift heavier, though.
Nearly 1,000 pounds total that they are lifting. Alexei Novikov, who's done very well here at the Rogue Invitational in his career, of course, the defending champion, but his prior appearance to that was in 2021 when he was on the podium in 3rd place. So one more look at Alexei Novikov's effort here.
Look at that. Maintains good back positioning. You can see the wobble at the top with that bar. It's not the same as a normal deadlift. Those attachments and the length of the pivots just make it unstable. Just requires a little more core strength to lock out and stay locked out. Luckily, the referees are down pretty quick on the signal. I think Alexei's going to be happy with this start. It's always hard when you're one of the early ones to go, As a, you've got the 3 the 3 last winners of the World's Strongest Man going after each other, so we'll really understand what a good number is after Tom and Mitch go.
And you heard Kiki earlier talking about the importance of seeding going into these later events. It's such an advantage when you get to go late. I mean, that goes without saying, but
especially with an event that we have coming up. It's a new event that we've got as our 2nd event, and the athletes will want to watch a few of the other athletes go before they have to. Mitch Hooper, he managed 8 repetitions on this last year, so let's see what shape his deadlifting is in.
And we talked about this on the Iron Game with Dr. Bill Crawford and Jerry Pritchett, but this guy has been on an absolute tear. He debuted in 2022 at the World's Strongest Man final, and he finished 8th. That's the last time he's been off the podium.
So far, 12 international podiums in a row.
5 wins out of those 12, and last year had a really impressive debut at the Rogue Invitational when he finished 3rd overall.
And that performance that we're seeing there on the TV screen right now, the yoke into the log, he was unbelievably quick. I know he's looking forward to trying the Fingal's finger into the log later on in this contest. But right now, he needs to focus on this deadlift. So just showing his weaknesses and strengths on the screen there. Luckily for Mitch, there is no outer stones. He has had some very good performances in that. So he's one of those athletes that tends to go and analyze any weakness and work hard at improving. But his endurance is incredible. He's fast, he's athletic, he's a fast learner. It's why he's such a consistent performer.
Mitch Hooper trying to go after Alexei Novikov's mark of 6 good reps here. is just about set.
He's got a very serious look on his face this year. Normally Mitch is a bit more jovial and joking about. He seems here and ready for business. First event, the Tower of Power. 6 reps is the target set by Alexei Novikov. Let's see what kind of shape Mitch Hooper is in.
We are underway. That first one is no problem for Mitch Hooper.
Very similar to Alexei Novikov. You see that there's almost like a tiny sticking point just around the knee, and then he maintains that power and just the rep pops up. Already up to 4, looking good. Down signal from the referee.
This to tie Novikov at 6, and now for the lead. And Hooper has it.
Good reps here by Mitch Hooper. Trying to get the crowd involved. He wants some help. Using the time to his advantage. He's not rushing. He knows one more rep is going to be big. Not quite there.
Of course, the blood coming out the nose. We're used to seeing that from Mikhail Shivlikov, who was not here, go to his signature. And that's how hard these guys are working.
That is exactly it. It's the build-up of blood pressure in the body. You know, they're putting so much effort into lifting this weight. 7 repetitions there for Mitch Hooper. Puts himself into the lead. Good start.
Mitch Hooper looking to keep that podium streak alive here at the Rogue Invitational. Is now your leader, though, but still plenty of men to go.
Again, great positioning from Mitch. The back is in a nice solid position. He's driving hard with the legs. Hips pop through. There we go. And that's what I was talking about. Because of that flex and that the link on the chain, it kind of pulls, stops, and they've got to maintain that tension, keep pulling, and then suddenly it pops up. But it's a very awkward height to pull from because you do lose a lot of your natural leg drive. And you've just got to really stick with it, keep pulling hard, and then eventually, if you're strong enough, it will pop up.
Tom Stoltman will be up next.
Now, Tom's deadlift has improved tremendously the last couple of years. He's looking very, very powerful. I saw him compete last weekend. Looked like a man possessed. He is focused, he's hungry again, and he's in fantastic form. Just recently won the deadlift at the Shore Classic, which is a similar higher pull. I'm expecting to see some good numbers from the Big Scott.
Tom Stoltman making his second appearance at the Rogue Invitational. 2021 was the last time we saw him compete here. He finished 2nd overall and won the Giants Live World Tour Finals just a week ago.
And it's funny, I've seen a lot of comments from people saying that, you know, Tom shouldn't be competing back-to-back. That time he was 2nd, he competed the week before as well. So I don't expect it to affect him at all. He's a great professional strongman. He's in good shape. No weaknesses anymore with Tom. He's kind of constantly improving. And the deadlift is an event he's really made huge progress in the last few years. So talking of strengths and weaknesses, his ability to move awkward objects, atlas stones, sandbags, things like that. He's just got such a huge wingspan. His overhead power has improved tremendously. We always spoke about his brother's overhead power, but just recently, last weekend, he beat Luke on the log for max. And the deadlift, as I said, very strong for Tom. Doesn't need to worry about grip. He gets to use the straps on this bar. You can just see the red straps around his wrists there. That just eliminates any need for grip. They can pull aggressively. And we're just focusing on that leg and back strength.
Tom Stoltman making his way up the Tower of Power, trying to beat Mitchell Hooper's mark of 7 good reps.
So Tom hasn't used this bit of kit before. But as I said, this type of height deadlift does suit him.
How can you simulate this in training?
Really, you kind of vary your deadlift heights. You kind of try and focus on pulling from a similar height. Very difficult to go and make a tower of power. But Tom will have kind of mimicked this best he can, pulling from blocks or potentially a rack. Using a stiffer bar as well. Sometimes the deadlift bars flex quite a lot. You don't tend to get that on this bar.
Here goes Stoltman.
Again, you just see that little momentary pause after the pull. They have to stay tight, keep pulling hard, and Tom is looking good. Just slowing down a little there on the 4th rep, but he's still with a good rep. Closing in on Alexei Novikov's target of 6.
Stoltman getting hung up here at 4.
Tallest athlete by a long, long way. And 19 inches, which is the height that we're pulling from, is a very rare height that we see athletes pulling from. Normally you're looking at either 9 inches, which is a standard deadlift from the floor, or 18 inches.
And Tom is going to call it after 4 reps.
I did expect a little bit better there from Tom. His deadlifting has been very good all year. But he's not used this implement before, whereas Mitchell Hooper and Alexei Novikov, obviously, they got to use this last year. And as I said earlier, I do believe it's heavier this year than it was last year. Really nice first few reps. You can see the shaking at the top. This bar is hard.
Really moved at a nice clip through those first 3, and then this is where it started to slow down a bit. That was his 4th and final rep.
I think that's something we see with Tom. He's either extremely powerful, or it's kind of like the gas just kind of goes completely. Some athletes, you see them burn out a little. Tom's one of those, he just makes it look easy until he hits empty.
4 reps for Tom Stoltman as we are through 4 athletes. 6 remain, and Luke Stoltman will be the next man up. Luke's 2nd appearance at the Rogue Invitational. His 8th back in 2021.
Luke's such a great character as well, someone that does so much for the sport. Obviously, he's a great big brother and cares about Tom, but he's a fantastic athlete in his own right. Former Europe's Strongest Man, multiple finalist at World's Strongest Man, and this is his 2nd appearance here at the Rogue Invitational.
8th place the last time he was here in 2021. And you mentioned what he does for the sport. One of the things that impressed me the most is that both he and his brother Tom, how late they would stay after the competition, talking to the fans, signing autographs, taking pictures. As great ambassadors, for the strongman world.
Absolutely. I mean, all these guys, they know without the fans there is no strongman. And Luke, you've got to remember, is one of those guys that's seen the evolution of the sport. He was competing back with myself in front of no one. Now we're competing at the Rogue Invitational, the Arnolds. There's these big, huge events that are going on all over the world. And it means so much that he can still be a part of it. He's got some fantastic events. Unfortunately, the deadlift normally isn't one of them. But if he can get a rep, he's going to be very, very pleased. And he's got the leg power. His legs are huge, and when he does deadlift, you usually see the drive off the floor is excellent, and then he tends to weaken towards the lockout. This pull takes that leg drive out a little bit, so we will see how it affects Luke.
And like his brother, coming off a recent competition as well, he finished 5th at the Giants Lab World Tour Finals on October 21st.
He did indeed, only 6 days ago. That's how soon they were competing. And obviously in front of a home crowd, you want to put on that performance, you want to win. But they're competitors, and they come here to win as well. I know, speaking to Tom, he wants this title. Luke wants to prove he deserves to be here. There's been question marks with his performance this year. He's been up and down, still without question one of the best in the world. But when you're up against the best in the world week in, week out, it's easy to not look that good. He needs to show that he's still got events that he can beat anyway. Looking forward to seeing how he can do on the log medley later on today, and the axle, the Apollon's axle tomorrow. He loves the pressing events. But he's got to get strapped in now and show us what he can do on the deadlift.
7 reps from Mitchell Hooper is the score to beat. His brother Luke just put up 4. If he can match that, it would tie him for 3rd place right now. Kieliszkowski was unable to get a single rep, so he currently sits in 4th place.
I think realistically, Luke will be looking for a rep because a rep could potentially get him a few points on this. And it's coming up nicely. Lockout is hard. Does he get the down signal? Yes, he does. That's a big, big rep for Luke Stoltman. There's potentially a couple of athletes that are still to come that might not get a rep. He knows Kieliszkowski zeroed. If he can get 3 or 4 points out of the deadlift, he'll be very, very pleased.
He's going to be good with 1 rep right now, puts him in 4th place with 5 athletes remaining.
I think he might have felt a pull in his pec there as well. He knows it's a long contest with some good events to come. And 1 rep for Luke, very, very good start.
Just checked in with one of the members of the medical staff there in the red shirt. Waved him off, medical guy gave him a thumbs up. So hopefully Luke is okay. As okay as you can be after lifting that much weight.
Yeah. I mean, something that probably some people watching won't appreciate is how humid it is right now here in Texas as well. And Luke is an athlete that sweats a lot. So he's going to be going through a few T-shirts, I imagine, this weekend. Needs to make sure he stays hydrated. First event, doesn't want to do anything too crazy.
1 rep for Luke Stoltman. Currently puts him in 4th place as we are halfway through the opening event for the Strongmen here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. We have 2 more remaining today and then 3 more tomorrow. And Laz, you mentioned that humidity. Weather has been a factor here over the past couple of days. It rained heavily yesterday.
Yesterday was pretty brutal, wasn't it? So far it's staying dry. And if it stays like this, the athletes will be happy. We have Trey Mitchell coming out. Trey Mitchell hit 10 reps on this deadlift last year. He's a huge deadlift. He's a huge powerhouse. And he's coming into this contest bigger than we've ever seen before. He's up at over 400 pounds. Very much like Zadrunas-esque. He's just big and powerful. Walks around slowly, but then when it's time to compete, he's an absolute animal.
And that start in the Tower of Power really gave him the momentum that he needed to finish 2nd to Novikov last year. That was an impressive performance from Trey Mitchell.
He was fantastic last year. Really, really good. I know he's been training hard for this competition. I've kind of kept an eye on his training. He's looking good. And the deadlift is an event he loves, so he'll want to start off with some big points on this one.
And he's been on a bit of a roll lately, too, as well. He's finished 5th or better in his last 8 competitions.
He is now, Trey Mitchell, when you kind of talk about strongman, if Trey Mitchell is competing, he's in the conversation as a contender. He's a quiet, mild-mannered person. He's not like a big YouTube personality or social media personality, but you know he's training hard in the background, and when it comes to competition, he is one of the best in the world right now.
Really likes the deadlifts, and again, it was last year, those 10 reps on the Tower of Power, that result put him in great position for the rest of the weekend. He was able to hang on and finish in 2nd place overall. It's just his 2nd appearance at the Rogue Invitational.
Coming 2nd on your 1st appearance. Not a bad start. The problem with that, you've only got 1 way to go.
Very hard to improve on that.
He's a 2-time winner of the Shore Classic. He will love to add to that list. He looks as wide as a tank right now. And that size could help him on this. It's a very heavy deadlift. We've got a real mixture of events this weekend. The size will be beneficial in some events, maybe not so beneficial in others. But a great start here could put him in a fantastic position, because I think that extra body weight could help on the bull pull that we're going to see later on today.
And if he has anything close to what he got last year in this event, he'll have a shot of supplanting Mitchell Hooper atop the standings in this event. 7 reps still the best mark we've seen so far.
That'll be the target he'll be looking at. 8 reps will be in his head. Still got a couple of good deadlifters to come, but I think he'll be looking at Mitch Hooper. Mitch Hooper's target there of 7 as where he needs to be. Straps himself in. There's no rushing with Trey Mitchell. It's all methodical, all power. Like a tractor, just powerful. Maybe not the fastest athlete out there.
Clock has started and Mitchell already rips through 1 and now he's through 2 reps.
These 3 are moving really well as well. Powers through 4.
Now into 3rd place, trying to track down Alexei Novikov for 2nd. There it is.
Still looks like he's got more in him.
And he has plenty of time.
Needs to not rush, focus on 2 more reps. He'll put himself into 1st place, and I think it's going to be very hard for any of the athletes to make 8 reps. That's 7.
There's 7. This for the lead. And Trey Mitchell once again on the Tower of Power.
Just needs to stay
Gets the down signal, and he is your new leader.
And he knows Bobby Thompson's to come. He'll be the only guy I think he'll look at that think could potentially push that. But he's still trying another rep, and he's over the knees. Can he lock out?
Oh. See Rob Kearney doing that a lot. Rob's not here, but Trey trying to do everything he can to get that last rep, and he is your new leader. 8 good reps for Big Tex here to open things up in the 2023 Rogue Invitational.
Trey showing he is here. He means business. 2nd place last year at the Rogue Invitational. He wants the win. He's coming bigger than ever. He's looking powerful. 8 reps. Puts himself into the lead on the deadlift. Tower of Power.
Working his way back down the Tower of Power, and what an incredible effort from Trey Mitchell to start things off here. We have just 4 men left, but let's take another look.
Look how fast these first few were. Just, if we weren't looking at his face, you'd say it was effortless. But you can see that face is kind of showing how hard he's working. But the speed on each pull, unbelievable. Great drive with the legs, good power through the glutes with the hips coming through. It's just that 8th rep where he really had to fight and work hard for. The referee made sure that he worked hard.
And then this was the 8th.
Yeah, this was the rep. Now look how long the referee makes him hold this for. Still holding it, wants the knees fully locked out, and then eventually gets the down signal.
Went for 9 to try to add to that lead, but 8 reps is now the best mark as Evan Singleton, the T-Rex, is coming up next, making his first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. And earlier on the Rogue Iron Game with Dr. Bill and Jerry Pritchett, this is a guy's name who came up as someone who might be able to put himself on top of the podium here.
Evan has had an amazing year, and he's such a fierce competitor. Look at the eyes right now. He's kind of stomping around. He is ready to go. Loves the deadlift. He's pulled 1,000 pounds from the floor on the conventional deadlift. And I would say, looking at the events, there's no obvious weakness for Evan in this competition. He's going to be a threat. Looking bigger and stronger than ever. He's won 2 international contests this year, 5th place at the World's Strongest Man. He was doing amazing at the Shore Classic, just made a small mistake, which ended up kind of affecting him mentally a bit. We've seen that in the past, but it's an area he's improved a lot over this last year. Probably mentally stronger than we've ever seen. Physically, he's just, a specimen, has so many strengths. Very, very fast, dynamic, explosive. Strong grip, strong back, strong legs. I'm excited to see how he does in this contest.
He was supposed to be here in 2022. He suffered an injury in training that kept him out. So this is the first look that we've gotten at the T-Rex, Evan Singleton, at the Rogue Invitational. 5 career international contest wins. And he has his work cut out for him here, as he's going to need at least 8 reps to tie Trey Mitchell for first place. But deadlift's usually not one of his best events.
I wouldn't say it's a bad event for him. It's just, we haven't seen him pull from this height too often. Sometimes he has exceptional performances on the deadlift, sometimes not so good. He's someone that can really utilize a deadlift suit, which they're not allowed at the Rogue Invitational. And I'd say from where I've seen him deadlift before, his power off the floor is excellent. He sometimes fatigues a little bit towards the lockout. I certainly expect him to get some reps. I would say he's going to be somewhere between the 4 and 6 of Tom Stoltman and Alexi. Very powerful. Usually starts off fast.
Here goes Evan Singleton.
He's just lost the balance there. He's not used to this bar. Compose himself. This is where we kind of talk about he's a bit reckless at times. This pull, you can't be so aggressive with. You kind of need to take that slack out the bar and then keep pulling hard towards the lockout. And it looks like he's just composing himself a bit.
2 good reps so far for Singleton.
You see he's trying to drive almost too hard with the legs and the hips are shooting up. He needs to be patient with this deadlift. It's not a deadlift that you can just blast off the floor. Leave it there.
That's going to do it. Evan Singleton.
I thought reps. Potentially we might see a few more reps from Evan there. Wasn't the best start that he wanted. And he needs to kind of clear that out of his mind now because he does have good events.
Right now puts him in 5th place. And we were talking earlier about athletes with weaknesses and if they can just get middle of the pack.
Yeah.
And if he can stay in 5th.
But look at that first rep. He was all over the place. Just way too aggressive on the initial pull. A bit more patient on the second one, but it's just not one of those deadlifts that you can. If it's from the floor, you can be like that, especially with the deadlift suit. You can use that aggression and blast the weight off. But this type of pull, that lockout, is so important, and you need to maintain position.
Went for a couple more, but just not able to find the groove on that, and then wound up calling it after 2 good reps, which leaves now just 3 athletes remaining. Tom Evans will be up next. After him, it's Maxime Boudreau, and then Bobby Thompson, the American Nightmare.
So Thomas Evans is, I've just been so impressed with Thomas over the last kind of year or so, 2 years, I'd say. You know, he had a great performance at the Arnold's recently. He's not someone that we're talking about as a threat for the title, but he's one of those performers that just keeps putting points on the board, keeps steadily improving. And I think if he can do that, give him a year or 2, he is going to start, you know, knocking on the podiums and really pushing to win these titles.
You mentioned the Arnold Strongman Classic. He was 5th in that competition, which was a great result for him coming into that field.
Very good. Yeah, no one was talking about him at all, and you know, he just constantly improves. Deadlift hasn't been the best event for him over the last few years, but we have seen solid progress on it. So interesting to see how he'll do on this one. Again, I don't expect him to kind of threaten the kind of Novikov, Mitch Hooper, or Trey Mitchell, but he'll want to put a few reps on there, get some points on the board, to then build on for the rest of the competition.
This is his first appearance at the Rogue Invitational. These are some highlights from that 5th place finish at the Arnold Strongman Classic.
And that's where he PB'd on the deadlift there. Huge lift for him.
His last competition, his best finish, was at the Shaw Classic. He finished 6th. That was after the Arnold Strongman Classic. So he's got a little bit of momentum now coming into his first ever Rogue Invitational.
The thing is, he's competing against the absolute best every contest that he does. Fast, powerful athlete, great overhead power. The deadlift is, without question, his biggest weakness, but an event he's been working hard on. And I think seeing Evan Singleton only get 2 reps will give him confidence that he can pick up a few points.
Evans, a former collegiate football player at the University of Richmond. He played offensive line, no surprise there, but got to live an offensive lineman's dream. Those guys don't get to touch the ball. He actually got to catch a 2-point conversion in his school's win over Albany back in 2013. So he's got some hands. Guy can catch.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our next competitor on Rogue Invitational. Welcome. This is his first appearance at the Rogue.
Evans making his way up to the top of the Tower of Power. 8 reps, still the best mark that we have seen from Trey Mitchell.
Yeah, big man from Texas looking strong. Let's see how Thomas on the Tower of Power. 2 reps has to be the target in his head. If from my point of view watching, he'll be looking at that thinking, I can beat that. And that's
That great. He's got 2.
So this gets him points, and then he's, you know, if he moves this well, he's going to be thinking he can beat Tom Stoltman's forward. This is very good.
3 good reps so far for Tom Evans.
Just constantly seeing this progress from Thomas Evans.
Not able to
Doesn't
get that
one. He's going to try one more time to match Tom Stoltman.
I think he's okay. Still has time to make another run at this. And now it's just all about that 4th rep. This could be huge for Evans.
Yeah, this will be big for Evans. It's also big for the guys ahead of Tom Stoltman, because if he can match him, it would take a point away from Tom. So they will be watching contently. Thomas Evans, if he can match Tom Stoltman on a deadlift, just incredible progress. Not today, though. But even then, that is progress on his deadlift. Every time we see this man, he's getting better.
3 reps right now. Evans from the United States. We'll get that flag fixed on the scoreboard.
I will take him. It's okay.
After that performance, why not?
Yeah. He's doing very, very well. Look how easy that first rep was. Second rep was a tiny bit harder. And then I think it was the 4th rep he went for. He just lost balance completely. Ended up falling over the bar.
Three good reps for Tom Evans, and as you said, Laws, that 4th one is the one where he
this one here. I think this
wasn't able to lock it out, and then just lost his
that balance. He was so close there. It wasn't far away.
Solid result for Tom Evans, as we now have 2 men remaining. Maxime Boudreau will be up next, and then it's Bobby Thompson to close things out.
So just basing off results that we've seen in the past, Maxime is going to struggle a little bit on this one. His deadlifting isn't his strength, and Bobby will be looking forward to the deadlift. His deadlift's been going very well the last few years.
There's Maxime Boudreau making his 2nd appearance here at the Rogue Invitational.
And it's a nice position to be in when you get to go towards the end, because how other athletes do does dictate what you try and do yourself. Maxime knows he's not going to be challenging the 6, 7, 8 reps. He needs to focus on points on the board. 1 rep guarantees points, and then depending on how that moves, he's going to be looking at the 2 to 3 rep area. If he can pick up 7, 6 points on the deadlift, perfect start for the Canadian.
He finished 7th overall, and you saw his best performance last year at the Rogue Invitational. That was a 2nd in the yoke log medley.
And I think the fact that we have the logs to flip over this year will be even better for him than the yoke.
That log medley coming up later on this evening.
His overhead is very powerful. Deadlift is an event that he doesn't enjoy so much. That's what's so great about Strongman, though. You know, different events suit different types of lifters. And then when you want to win competitions, you just got to make sure you keep steadily improving, keep putting points on the board.
Maxime Boudreau getting set to climb up to the top of the Tower of Power. Will be the 9th man to go after that implement.
Just a sniff of some ammonia there, clears the head, gets the athletes focused, really wakes you up. If you've ever smelt that, it kind of gives you a kick in the back of your head. It's always good for when you're going for a big lift.
Last competition was in August, finished 8th at the Shaw Classic.
Coming back from injury though this year, you know, he missed out on the Arnolds due to a nasty injury, and he's starting to come back into some good form now. differences.
Boudreau is on the clock right now and already made one attempt, and now he's going to give himself a reset.
Yeah, that looked glued to the ground there. Just so frustrating as an athlete in that position. You just know it's just not going. And, you know, the crowd will be cheering for him to go again, and you've got to think, I've got good events coming. There's no point in kind of expending that energy. Smile from Maxime. He knows it's too much right now.
Maxime Boudreau and now Mateusz Kieliszkowski unable to get a successful rep, and he made 2 solid attempts and just wasn't able to get that thing past the point where he could really get it to move.
Yeah, that wasn't going anywhere, unfortunately. So 1 more athlete to go. Bobby Thompson managed 8 repetitions on this implement last year. He's a very good deadlifter, fantastic performance on the deadlift at the Arnold Classic this year. I'm expecting to see some big reps.
Thompson will be the final competitor out of the 10 and trying to beat Trey Mitchell's mark at 8 reps. He was here last year at the Rogue Invitational. His first appearance was in 2022 when he took 6th place overall.
This is an event that Bobby needs to get big points on. He's one of those athletes, has some exceptional events, has a couple of weaknesses as well. And he needs a good start on this one. Deadlifting is an event he loves. He'll be looking for a top 3 position for sure.
And with that log medley coming up later, he can do some serious damage in that event.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you just mentioned there, he's very good overhead. We've mentioned how good he is at the deadlift. The pulling type of events that we're going to see, like the bull pull, he has a fused ankle, which causes him a lot of issues in terms of mobility, and he struggles more on those type of events.
Coming off a 7th place finish at the Shaw Classic back in August. And with the next event being a pulling event, we'd really like to get some solid points on the board here.
Yes, he needs good points here, so he gets to go towards the end. You can kind of be strategic then, figure out how much energy it's worth expending. Tactics become so important in these contests, and you know the first event is so vital because it sets up the order of the next event. But Bobby will be just thinking right now, try to win this one. 8, 9, 10 points on here, he's going to be a very happy man. He's looking leaner than ever, but still extremely powerful.
I think he's got a chalk in his hand before he gets called up to the top of the tower. When you're in a competition like this and you know it's your turn, but you're just waiting to get up there, what's going through your head?
You're trying to switch yourself on more than anything. You can see that with Bobby right now. He's kind of staring up at the Tower of Power. He knows what he's trying to do. He's trying to visualize, get himself into that kind of headspace. Bobby's one of those athletes. He goes to a dark place, you know, to really kind of dig into that untapped strength. You hear these stories of mums rescuing their children, you know, and you're trying to recreate that fight or flight sensation, particularly for these power events, while still maintaining some kind of control. If you just go too crazy, you can burn up too much energy, you can forget kind of technique. It's getting yourself stimulated without going absolutely over the top. You just see in his eyes, he's a focused man, but there's no rushing, he's methodical, every step that he takes up that tower. Bobby's a serious competitor. He's someone who takes it very, very serious. His training, he's just a beast in the gym.
8 reps is the mark that he will be looking to beat.
Bobby's someone that You know, he'll put his straps on the exact same way every single time. The feet go into the perfect position. He's done this a million times in training. It's just about execution on the day of a competition. Trey Mitchell is 8 reps the leader. Mitch Hooper on 7 and Alexei Novikov on 6. Those are the big 3 targets that Bobby Thompson is going to be looking at.
First rep looks fantastic for Bobby Thompson.
He's maintaining good positioning. He's not rushing. It's 3 reps.
Easy as we pass 15 seconds on the clock, Josh. Simon and Evans now looking to climb up that leaderboard.
Already tied with Tom Stoltman. There we go, up into 4th position now. Now he's got to be looking at Alexei Novikov 6. Goes up, gets the down signal.
20 seconds to go.
What does Bobby Thompson have left? He's got 6 reps. Can he match Mitch Hooper? Yes, he
is
can.
able to get it. What an effort so far from Bobby Thompson.
Now he needs to use the time. If he uses this wisely, he can match Trey Mitchell's
and that
8.
will tie, and he's going to call it. Great result for Bobby Thompson as he heads into an event that might not be one of his strengths, but this is a fantastic effort from the American Nightmare.
He's going to be exceptionally happy with that. He's been working very, very hard on this event. Perfect start there. Trey Mitchell coming in powerful as ever, looking absolutely huge. 8 repetitions. Bobby Thompson matches it. Mitch Hooper doing what he does consistently, picking up points. And Alexei Novikov, 6 repetitions. Current champion.
The first couple of reps looked fantastic, but he really battled through those final reps to get that tie with it.
He did, you know, he's looking powerful, but sometimes it's a bit of a poker face. You're trying to kind of hide how hard it actually is. Bobby knows that was a big, big, solid result there to get 8 reps.
And this is where he really started to battle.
He was using the time limit wisely as well, not rushing himself. I think he knew 8 reps was what he had in his head. It's very easy to try and kind of, you get a number in your head and you kind of rush through the time limit. Use that time limit as effectively as possible.
5 seconds.
And got that tying rep with just 5 seconds left.
Yeah.
So well planned for Bobby Thompson as he and Trey Mitchell will split the points for 1st and 2nd place. And you mentioned Mitchell Hooper, just doing what Mitchell Hooper does, hanging out in the top 3.
Yeah, that's Mitch Hooper's strength, is that he's consistently picking up points. But the deadlifting there from Bobby and from Trey, absolutely world class.
Here are your event results as Bobby Thompson and Trey Mitchell both rack up 8 reps. Mitchell Hooper will finish in 3rd place. Alexei Novikov follows that with 6th. And then Tom Stoltman able to hang on to a spot in the top 5 as Maxime Boudreau and Mateusz Kieliszkowski, the only 2 men to not get a good rep.
Yeah, that's going to cost Kieliszkowski. He knows zeroing an event is not what you need against this caliber of competition. Very impressive with Thomas Evans there, 3 reps, continuing to improve on his deadlift. Tom Stoltman won't be that happy, I think, with 5th place, but it's the first event and he's not dropped off too many points with some fantastic events to come.
Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon, who is with Trey Mitchell.
Trey, Bobby caught you at the very end there. I saw you shaking your head. What were you thinking?
Just, you know, of course he has to tie me, you know. Like, that last rep of mine, I was just not quite locked out. Maybe if I, you know, did it the first time, I had enough time to get a 9th rep, but no telling, you know. It's always the name of the game, you know. No one's going to know what happens. But me and Bobby, we've been rivals for years, so it's, of course I got to tie with him.
That's right. Why not just keep it going? The Tower of Power is different than your traditional deadlift. What are you doing back home to simulate this?
Like I knew from last year we used a squat bar, and so I bought a squat bar to train on. It's more stiff than a traditional power bar, and of course a deadlift bar is super whippy. Maybe knowing again, testing it, like it's very unstable with how the weight is connected to the bar. I'm thinking maybe a heavy bamboo bar setup for next year for training it.
Cool, thanks for the insight.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Trey Mitchell with his second career first place finish here at the Rogue Invitational. He and Bobby Thompson tying with 8 reps, and that was the one he struggled on. I mean, and that would have given him the win, but all the reps before that.
He looked rock solid, you know, he really did. And he's kind of already thinking about next year, but he's just put in a fantastic performance there. Sometimes you can overanalyze and overthink. He's doing all the right things. He's getting stronger every year. Needs to make sure there's no weaknesses in the whole competition. That is the key. You know, he's already got the win on this. He was second place on it last year. This is an event he's not dropping points on. Great start there.
For official results and more from the Rogue Invitational, you can go to roguefitness.com/invitational. Our first Strongman event is done, and we will set the field for our second event in the CrossFit competition. It's Trey Mitchell, Big Tex, and the American Nightmare. 8 reps each, as they tie for first place in the first of 6 events that the Strongmen will face here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Action continues here. CrossFit competition coming up next year at the 2023 Rogue Invitational in Round Rock, Texas. The 2023 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. Go Ruck. We build the world's toughest gear. And Concept 2. Powered by sport, driven by community. Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas, for the third straight year, the home of the 2023 Rogue Invitational, and we go from the Tower of Power to a seat at the bar as the CrossFit competition continues here on day 2 of action for the individual athletes. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway. And Adrian, this is a much different test than we saw last night in that long, grueling grind that was Texas Heavy.
It was a long, grueling grind. It was heavy. We're going to carry over the theme of heavy, but now it's going to be a high skill set in the log muscle up in a much shorter time domain. We're going to see some high power output here.
One of the 9 events is already in the book, so let's take a look at the overall standings after the results from Texas Heavy. And it's Jeff Adler who sits atop the overall leaderboard with 100 points as he beats Kieliszkowski in the final mile of that test last night. Roman Krenikov sits in 3rd place, followed by Brent Fikowski and then Chandler Smith. Seat at the bar presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. 2 movements. We got the log muscle ups and then the heavy back squat.
Yeah, that's right. I love the coupling of this workout at Seat at the Bar. It's going to be 20 log muscle ups. The athletes are then going to transition to the rack where they're going to do 5 back squats at 375 pounds, back to the log muscle up for 15 reps, 5 more back squats. Then they'll finish with 10 log muscle ups and 5 back squats as they finish through the finish line.
First of 2 heats for the men. There will be 10 men on the field. Pat Vellner, Noah Olson, Jeff Adler, all men will be keeping an eye on here. Kieliszkowski, we saw him last night in Texas Heavy. He was struggling with what appeared to be a leg injury, was able to finish the event, but he is no longer in the competition. And for more on that, let's send it down to Kiki Dixon.
Lane 8, Ricky Garrard.
Guys, I was able to speak with Kieliszkowski last night, and he was able to get a preliminary check on his ankle. It doesn't look like there's any breaks that have happened, but with the events that were released, he knew that it would further aggravate the injury, and it was best to go ahead and pull himself from the competition, even though it's a difficult decision. The good news is he's going to stick around, hang out with the fans, cheer on his fellow competitors, and he wanted me to say thank you to everyone for their support.
Thank you, Kiki, and sad to hear about Kieliszkowski not competing, but glad he's going to remain here for the rest of the weekend. Getting ready to start the first of 2 heats for the men here in Seat at the Bar. Adrian, what do you got for keys here in this one?
Man, this event is going to be fast, but one of the keys is to control the down of the log muscle up. We've seen this implement last year now, and what we notice is that if athletes control the descend, they might touch their chest to the log before they roll under it. It helps them keep more of their hands on top of the log. And then, of course, with the reps there and the reps at the back squat, break early and break often. Meet yourself where you're at so you can finish fast and not just start fast and finish slow.
20 log muscle ups to start. As you take a look at Ricky Garrard. First competition back after that shoulder injury knocked him out of the game season. And Garrard is already halfway through this set, along with Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson.
Yeah, and to the naked eye, Sean, these are going to look a lot like traditional bar muscle-ups that we see within the affiliate setting. However, that log is 4 inches in diameter, much thicker, a very different surface with it being a wooden material. And what you'll notice that we see athletes going bare-skinned to the apparatus and not where we would commonly see them wearing gymnastics grips. And this allows the surface area of that log to not be even more of an obstacle than it already is by creating further separation between that and their grip. So as we see, Ricky Garrard making fast work of the first 20.
Garrard will be the first man back to the barbell for 5 back squats at 375 pounds. And Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson is getting set to join him along with Noah Olson.
Ricky making a slight work of that first rep. I got to say, he mentioned specifically he was excited to show his growth in the back squat and in the deadlift because due to his shoulder injury, he was able to spend more time developing his strength and power in his lower body.
Bailey Martin in the light blue shirt working his way back is Victor Hoffer as well. He was on the left side of your screen. As Ricky Garrard is done with his 5 reps, he will go back now to the log for 15 muscle ups. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson closing out his first set. Bailey Martin next to him in the light blue shirt, almost done as well.
And people will have a respect and an understanding for the athletes that can make quick transitions from that log to the back squat, as the back squat is listed at 375 pounds for these men. Nothing that is easy for most of them, to be certain, but most of the athletes have chosen to do all 5 unbroken within round 1.
Scoring ribbon on the left side of your screen. Athlete on top will be the leader, and then the number in the white box next to his name will indicate how many reps he has completed. 60 total reps here in this event. And KAR, in case you're wondering, that's for Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, who now sits in 3rd place in this first of 2 heats for the men. Right side down in lane 10, that's Garrett Clark, who just closed out his first round of muscle-ups.
Garrett Clark, one of those athletes, Sean, with no individual experience at the CrossFit Games. So he's experiencing this large stage and in this moment very much for the first time, not just at the Rogue Invitational, but in any setting. So it's certainly a fast learning curve for someone like Garrett.
Ricky Garrard now done with his set of 15 muscle-ups. And now for his second set of 5 back squats at 375 pounds as he leads in this opening heat. Noah Olsen and Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson behind him in 2nd and 3rd.
What I like to see from Ricky, Sean, is that he took hardly any time walking under composure to that squat bar, but not wasting any seconds to eye it up or to get fixed or to adjust his belt too much. He spent about 3 seconds between the time he touched that platform to the time he got the bar off, and there was another easy 5 for Ricky Garrard, making his way back to start round 3.
And here comes Noah Olsen in 2nd place. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson right behind him. Gudmundsson grabbing his belt as he gets to work on his second set of 5 back squats. Now Victor Hoffer on the left side in the black shirt, and here comes Bailey Martin in the middle of your screen in the light blue.
And what the viewers at home can see, especially from this overhead view, is that the speed of the squat from the bottom looks different for a lot of these athletes. Well, Noah hit a slight sticking point as he starts to stand through that midpoint, and that shows you he drives his knees back to recruit a stronger, more stable position to drive through the floor. He got through all 5 of those with no problem, but we can see that athletes' posture and their torso position can dictate their success on these back squats.
Ricky Garrard with just 3 reps remaining on this final set of 10 muscle-ups.
Sean, Ricky is no rookie, which means that he has the understanding that, yes, he might be leading this particular heat, but he's really got to battle the clock because there's a stable of 10 men out there watching his performance, and they're eyeing up every second the way he approaches it, and they're just wanting to best him by just enough.
It's the final rep on the muscle-ups for Ricky Garrard, and he is through, looking to set the time to beat and going back to the barbell for the final time. Lane 7 in the white, that's Will Morad, who's closing out his 2nd round of squats. And then on the left side in lane 2, Tudor Magda going back to the barbell for the 2nd time as well, as Garrard is in his 3rd and final set.
Ricky looking as steady as he did when he started this workout. Still a great pace from the bottom of his squat, no hitching, no pausing.
Noah Olsen on the right trying to hold off Victor Hoffer. And Ricky Garrard still has 1 rep remaining, it looks like. Took off early, 1 rep remaining for Ricky Garrard. And that'll do it, and Ricky Garrard will have the top time heading into the 2nd and final heat as he is across the finish line. Right around 6:21, we'll wait for his official time. But a great start here for Ricky Garrard on day 2.
What a performance there by Ricky, and what I really like to see there is that no rep completely threw him. Yet he was able to regroup himself within 15 seconds, get back to the bar, execute a final rep, and then finish through the finish line.
Now the battle for 2nd place, Victor Hoffer on the left side of your screen, and Bailey Martin in the light blue. And Hoffer got a no rep, and he's gonna have to get 1 more in as Bailey Martin takes off. He's gonna take 2nd. Hoffer is through. Here come Olsen and Gudmundsson. They are both across. Olsen getting in ahead of Bjorn Karl Gudmundsson. And we have less than 2 minutes remaining before we hit the time cap. Lane 9 is Travis Mayer on the right side of your screen. Looks to be the next man to finish. He has 1 rep remaining on the back squat. And he is done. So Travis Mayer is in 7th place in this heat. 3 men still left on the field. It's Tudor Magda in lane 2. Make that 4 men left on the field. Jason Hopper down in lane number 1. Tudor Magda in lane 2. Garrett Clark is still out there, as is Will Morad.
And Sean, one of the things you'll notice as Jason jumps up here to do his rep, he's using a much more violent kip. And as you do that, and what I mean, folks, if you're watching at home, is he opens his shoulder, extends his hip. He's using much more redirection underneath that log, and it's taking his hands from being on top. Most of the athletes that have had great success have been able to do it in more of a controlled or strict action. You see Jason get over the top for another rep.
Will Morad is now done, and Will Morad will make his way across the finish line. We have 20 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
We don't need to mention it too much, but I'll tell you what, their legs are already tired. They did a very heavy run last night, 2.5 miles. There was a lot of pounding, running on the pavement. These athletes had all night to recover, and some of this morning, but it's certainly something that is in the back of their mind, particularly for those that this 375 was a challenge for.
That'll do it for the first of 2 heats, and it's Ricky Garrard unofficially right around 6 minutes and 21 seconds.
Heck of a performance here by Ricky. He came out and paced it well out the gate and had a great finish. And I'll tell you what, to summarize this thing, it was elegantly approached by Ricky Garrard. Look at the smoothness in his body, the transition from under the log to on top of the log. We talked about how important it was to control the descend, and he had composure the entire time, even up until this point where he thought he had finished the entire event as his judge holds up the one finger, gave him a good signal, but then he calls him back. Now this can lead to tremendous confusion and frustration by the athlete, but Ricky quickly regroups himself, shows the killer mindset and instinct that he has throughout the years, and executes the rep to finish. This could have cost a less focused or a lesser capacity athlete 30 to 40 seconds, and it looks like it's going to cost him a total of 15 to 20. Great execution there by Ricky.
Ricky Garrard with the top time right around 6 minutes, 21 seconds. 1 heat in the books, 2nd heat for the men, and seat at the bar coming up next.
Shout out to our volunteers right here.
Men taking the field for the 2nd and final heat here at Seat at the Bar, the 2nd of 9 events that these men will face here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Jeffrey Adler comes in as your overall leader after his victory last night in Texas Heavy that saw him put on a late charge on the unweighted 1 mile run to track down Jelle Hosta for the 100 points. And there is Jeff Adler, who has finished 3rd twice here at the Rogue Invitational, looking for his first ever championship, and a long way to go before we get there. Overall standings after those first event, mentioned Adler with the 100 points, Hosta finishing in 2nd. Roman Krenikov currently sits in 3rd. Brent Fikowski and Chandler Smith rounding out the top 5. Ricky Garrard, who has the time to beat at 6:21, sits in 8th place. And we are underway. We start with the 20 muscle-ups on that log before heading to the barbell for 5 back squats at 375 pounds.
And there we have it. We're watching athletes drop early, breaking up the work as this, just like we discussed it in Heat 1. Athletes need to meet themselves where they're at, not be tempted by going too big here, initially fatiguing their grip and their inability to execute these log muscle-ups in rounds 2 and rounds 3.
Chandler Smith and Jay Crouch, your early leaders here. Roman Krenikov also on the lead pace. It's about a rep behind, along with Jeff Adler. So tight for this first set of 20 muscle-ups on that 4-inch diameter log.
Yeah, and you'll notice even Jeff here, as he shimmies his way over top, he's using almost a one arm at a time type of technique where we call it a chicken wing. It's not as smooth to get over the top, but it works for an apparatus that's 4 inches in diameter like this log. And then you'll notice a lot of the athletes on their way down, they touch their belly and they control the descent. This allows them to keep more of their hand on top of the log and get up for the next rep.
Pat Vellner and Jeffrey Adler, 2 Canadians leading here, now a no rep for Adler on the right side of the screen. So Chandler Smith is now 3 reps shy of finishing as these men breaking up this first set of 20. Pat Vellner on his final rep, and he will be the first man back to the barbell. I ran into his coach, Michelle Latondra, on my way over here to the booth, and she said, today's going to be a good day for Pat.
Hey, when your coach has those type of vibes and you're building off of momentum, then that's what you want. If you feel like it's going to be a good day, you got a good opportunity.
Well, Chandler Smith is also on to his first set of 5 back squats. Jeff Adler getting underneath the barbell, and Brent Fikowski as well. Now Lazar Jukic down in lane 10 is going to start his 5 back squats.
Sean, CrossFitters are going to watch this and identify it. It's hard to breathe under load, but we don't often get to experience 4-time style workouts or events with a back squat. You know, we're limited to rig space. We're getting things from the floor more often than not. These athletes are using a load that is typically a bit heavier than what they're used to seeing when they're trying to fill their bellies full of air and recover as they get to the next movement. It's a unique challenge.
Vellner and Smith, along with Adler, back to the bar for their second set now of 15 reps here. 6:21 unofficially, that's your time to beat, belongs to Ricky Garrard. 6:20.31 unofficially, upper right-hand part of your screen. Jeff Adler takes a break. Pat Vellner continues to lead through 31 of the 60 total reps here in this event.
And you'll notice, folks, Jeff's chalking the bottom or the base part of his hand, almost where it connects to his wrist there. And it's because these athletes are having to utilize what's categorized as a false grip. The wrist is in a flexed position, and they're using a lot more forearm musculature to keep their hand on top of that thing as they go down and up each rep.
The top 3 men on the screen right now. Vellner on the right side, he's your leader. Chandler Smith right next to him in the middle of your screen sits in second. And Jeffrey Adler on the left, coming off that event win last night, trying to hold off Roman Krenikov and Brent Fikowski. Jay Crouch starting to work his way up into a battle for a spot inside the top 3 in this heat.
This is what makes it exciting, as we just saw Pat rattle off a set of 3. And then we're really starting to see athletes have to pivot from their original game plan and make something different happen. They have to respond to what's working best and adapt on the fly. This is competition at the highest level, and this is what makes it exciting.
Smith, Vellner both have 3 reps remaining. Now Vellner's back to work, so this will be his final rep. And Pat Vellner maintaining his lead here, heading back to the bar. Chandler Smith is now done. Jeffrey Adler is 3 reps away on the upper left-hand part of your screen from completing his second set of muscle-ups. Vellner right to work.
Yeah, and he hardly took any time. Just like we covered with Ricky in the last heat, Pat got to his platform, set his belt, and got under the bar.
Vellner is done. Now 10 reps remain for Pat Vellner on the muscle-ups, and 5 final squats are going to track down Ricky Garrard's time in the upper right-hand part of your screen. Chandler Smith is finished. Chandler Smith, a guy who last year had a great performance at the Rogue Invitational. This is his 5th career appearance here. As you take a look at Jeff Adler working his way through his second set. He was second was Chandler Smith at the 2022 Rogue Invitational. As Jeff Adler heads back for his 3rd and final set of bar muscle ups. Fittest man on earth, making his 3rd career appearance here at the Rogue Invitational, where he has finished 3rd both times. Meanwhile, Pat Vellner is now 5 reps away from finishing up his final set of bar muscle ups.
And we're going to see something if we get an opportunity to see all the athletes jump up on the log at the same time. But Jeff really sends his chest and head through his arms every time he reloads for a rep. Pat's doing a better job at keeping his torso more vertical, almost turned up toward the log, and it displaces his hands less and less every rep. Chandler Smith also is doing a great job of this, and this is allowing both of the athletes on the right to link together bigger sets than Jeff is on the left.
Meanwhile, Ricky Garrard looks like he's going to hang on for the event win here. His time to beat has now passed, so Ricky Garrard is going to pocket 100 points as Pat Vellner gets underneath the barbell for the final time. Brent Fikowski on the right side, he's finishing up his 2nd set. Here comes Chandler Smith. One rep left for Pat Vellner as he looks to take the heat. And Vellner is done. And we will see where that will rank him overall in this event. And that's some flair for Pat Vellner. Don't actually get to see a lot of that crossing the finish line. Here comes Chandler Smith in 2nd place in the heat. So 6:47.90 for Vellner. Smith is in just under 7 minutes. Now Jeff Adler looks to be the next man to finish.
These athletes make these back squats look a lot lighter than they really are.
375 on that barbell, and Adler is in. 3rd place in the heat, 7:23.34 seconds. So once again, it's going to be Ricky Garrard who gets the event win. Roman Krenikov on his final set of back squats. Roman is across the finish line. He'll take 4th place in the heat. 7:50.49 seconds. Now Jay Crouch is in. 5 men, make it 4 men still out on the competition floor. Kieliszkowski not in this heat. If you're just joining us, he was forced to withdraw from the competition. He injured his ankle last night in Texas Heavy. Lazar Jukic, bottom of your screen, now into the squat for the final time. Brent Fikowski looking to close things out inside that 9-minute time cap.
Yes, Sean, we watched Roman finish just moments ago, but immediately he raised his hand to the crowd. His right hand has a pretty significant tear right at the base of his palm. You wonder what kind of significance that'll carry as we work our way through the event and through the weekend.
And that's good to see as Lazar Jukic comes across. Roman Krenikov and Jeff Adler sharing a little bit of a laugh there. As now Dallin Pepper is going to be time capped along with Brent Fikowski. Pat Vellner is going to win the heat, 6:47.90 seconds, but it's Ricky Garrard from heat number 1 who's going to win the event at 6 minutes, 20 seconds.
Extremely impressive for him, for us to watch him do that execution, have all these athletes know a time to beat, him get a no rep, and then still best Pat by a few seconds here on this particular event. He was moving.
Vellner looking to work his way up the overall standings. In Texas Heavy, he finished 13th out of 20 athletes.
Yeah, this finish certainly puts him in a better position. Like his coach Michelle said, you know, it's a good day for him. Well, he's certainly starting to build some momentum early with the second place finish to kick it off.
Ricky Garrard picks up his first event win of the competition. 6 minutes and 20 seconds as he makes his comeback from that shoulder injury. And let's send it down to Kiki Dixon.
Ricky, last year was your first Rogue Invitational appearance. You were lucky to be able to come back this year and get a repeat. How does that experience play into a repeat event like that?
Yeah, last year I had a pretty rough time here at the Rogue Invitational, so this year was a bit of a redemption story for me. I've been working on a lot of things that brought me down last year, one of them being the heavy back squat. So I'm stoked to come out here and win that event, and couldn't be any more happy. I'm going to keep fighting.
This was your first event run at a Rogue Invitational. What's that like?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's early days. It's only Friday, so it doesn't mean much, but 100 points is 100 points. So I'm going to keep coming out here and fighting for that 100 points, so bring it on.
Thanks so much, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Ricky Garrard, his first career event win here at the Rogue Invitational. Looking to move his way up the overall standings. He took 9th in Texas Heavy, and he gets 100 points here in seat at the bar. Pat Vellner, that's good enough for second place. That will help his cause a lot. Bailey Martin will finish in 3rd, followed by Chandler Smith, and the rookie Victor Hoffer rounding out the top 5. We will get the field reset as the men are done. Women coming up next as day number 2 at the 2023 Rogue Invitational continues. Friday at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas, as the CrossFit competition continues here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. The men are done. The women are up next in the seat at the bar. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon is down on the field. Second event here for the women, presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. It's seat at the bar. Overall standings after last night's opening event, Texas Heavy. The champ is back. Tia Toomey doing Tia Toomey things. Dominated Texas Heavy last night. She sits in first place overall with 100 points. Gabby McGowan took second for 95 points, followed by Emily Rolfe. Your defending champion, Laura Horvath, takes fourth, and then Emma Lawson takes fifth. Seat at the bar, 2 movements, and it is a much faster test than we saw last night in that long grind to Texas Heavy.
Hey, much faster, Sean. It's going to be a 9-minute cap, and it's a couplet. These athletes are going to be making their way through 15 log muscle-ups into 5 back squats, and it's at 260 pounds for these women. Back for 10 log muscle-ups, back for another 5, and they're going to finish with 5 log muscle-ups through the 5 more back squats and then run through that finish line.
First of 2 heats for the women. 10 women will be on the field for each heat. You saw Bethany Flores getting ready. We're going to keep an eye on her in this event. Danny Spiegel down there in lane 8, someone who can move this weight as well. Shelby Neal in lane 4, one of the smaller athletes that's competing here. Shouldn't have much trouble with the bar muscle-ups, with that heavy barbell could be a problem.
Now, Sean, these first log muscle-ups for these women is going to be telling. We watched almost every single athlete last year do singles, aside from Emma Lawson. So to see already we've got a few athletes taking on more than one at a time is a good sign. They've been practicing, they've got exposure. They learned from last year.
The rep scheme is a little bit different for the women than it was for the men. They will start with 15 muscle-ups on this log. Still 5 back squats, but now the weight on the barbell goes to 260 pounds, and Shelby Neal is among the leaders here, along with Christine Kohlenbrander and Paige Semenza.
We talk about the different styles of log muscle-ups that we'll see. While most of the women are now down to doing singles one at a time, some of them are using a more exaggerated glide kip where most of their body comes underneath the log and they use their full body swing and momentum to help generate power vertically. And then others are staying tighter. What we saw a lot of the men athletes do in heats 1 and 2 of their version of seat at the bar, which allowed them to condense sets and do more reps together.
9-minute time cap. There's Christine Kohlenbrander, who has 1 rep remaining and will be the first woman back to the back squat. So her first set of 5 here at 260 pounds for Christine Kohlenbrander.
Now, there's one guess we're going to make here, Sean, is she's going to make light work of this barbell. So for the fact that she got through those log muscle-ups as smoothly as she did there on round 1, it could be a bad sign to the rest of the field here.
Not the best start of the competition for Kohlenbrander. Finished 17th last night in Texas Heavy. And this is her first individual appearance at the Rogue Invitational. Back in 2019, she was on a team. It was the first year that we had the Rogue Invitational. As Paige Semenza puts her belt on. Kyra Milligan on the far side of the field. She's also onto her back squats as Kohlenbrander is done. Lauren Fisher. In the middle of the screen is Bethany Flores. She's in the red shorts, and we'll see if she makes an attempt at this weight. We heard earlier that this might be an event that she just tries to get the minimum work requirement, just gets to the muscle-ups and doesn't make an attempt on the back squats. She's talking things over with her judge right now.
Yeah, for people that might not be in the know, Bethany Flores has battled back injuries for the last 2 seasons. She had to completely sit out the previous year of competition due to that setback, and she really wants to be true to herself as an athlete and make sure that she's supporting her performance, not just for the Rogue Invitational, but for the rest of the season and years to come, and put herself in the best situation possible to stay healthy.
Christine Kohlenbrander is the only woman, now the second woman back on her second set of bar muscle-ups. Is down in lane 1. Left side of your screen, that's Kyra Milligan, who sits in second place. Lauren Fisher has just finished her set of 5 back squats, and she'll be starting her second set of bar muscle-ups. There is Kyra Milligan. This is also her first career appearance at the Rogue Invitational. Competed on the CrossFit Games on a team with Mayhem Independence. They finished 7th back in August.
And as we watch Kyra work through these log muscle-ups, we know that she is one of the strongest athletes in the field when it comes to external loading. And we wondered where the skill set would be limited perhaps there with the log muscle up. She shows that she's making good work of them.
Kohlenbrander going through her second set of 5 back squats at 260 pounds. Middle of your screen there on the bottom now is Bethany Flores in the red shorts. She unloaded the bar, did a couple reps, sort of flexed for the crowd, and got a big applause. So she's still trying to find a way to have some fun despite the fact that she will not be advancing in this event. She'll have the rest of the competition to compete, but she's done right now for the event as Kyra Milligan will start her second set of back squats at 260 pounds.
Making light work of that 260. Just a very steady tempo, not needing to pause much between the repetitions. She shows that she's certainly got the lower body power and strength to handle a heavy weight like that.
45 total repetitions in this event, and Christine Kohlenbrander now has one last muscle up before going back to the barbell.
She's really put on a tremendous example of how to pace this and meet yourself where you're at. You know, if you're gonna delegate to doing single repetitions on a movement, you've really got to create a rhythm that forces you to get back up on that log as soon as possible, and she's done a great job of that.
Christine Kohlenbrander coming off her career best finish at the CrossFit Games as an individual. She took 22nd in Madison, Wisconsin. Kyra Milligan now has 3 reps remaining on her final set of bar muscle ups. Kohlenbrander now with 1 rep remaining. Christine Kohlenbrander is done, and she is going to take the opening heat for the women and seat at the bar. .11 seconds for Kohlenbrander.
We're creeping up on 6 minutes on the clock. 3 minutes remaining.
Kyra Milligan and Lauren Fisher, your next 2 women to finish here, as Milligan has 5 reps remaining. Paige Semenza is fighting Fisher for 3rd place right now in the heat. And there goes Kyra Milligan.
What a great feeling there for Kyra, a redemption from the way that she finished last night's run there on Texas Strong. I think that's a great way to start momentum for herself here as we enter the next 3 days of competition.
And 19th place last night in Texas Heavy for Kyra Milligan. Lauren Fisher looking to be the next woman to finish, along with Paige Semenza.
Yeah, we can see from this overhead view there are some athletes that are starting to tremendously slow down the tempo of their squat out of the hole. The weights are getting a little sticky. They've got to be mindful. You can't afford to fail a repetition. Sean, if that bar hits the ground, they've got to deload it, get it back to its position, and that pretty much means the workout's over for them at that point.
Paige Semenza on the right, Lauren Fisher on the left. This is the race for 3rd place right now. Shelby Neal is in there as well. She's in the middle in the green pants, and it's going to be Paige Semenza off first. She's going to take 3rd place in the heat, and now a foot race between Neal and Fisher, and Neal's going to get there. Came up a little gimpy there at the end, but was able to get through the finish line ahead of Lauren Fisher. What a great result for Shelby Neal here. Manon Enganez hoping to be the next woman across the finish line. She's there at the top of your screen going through her back squats. That's the final rep for Manon.
Towards that finish line, just past the 8-minute mark.
Elena Karatala-Sanahuya, your leader on the field at this point. She's out of lane 9, also on her final set of back squats. Danny Spiegel getting to the barbell for the final time as well.
And she got it. Elena couldn't take too long because we know Spiegel was going to get through those 5 relatively quickly. She was able to hold her off there.
Karatala-Sanahuya coming across. Danny Spiegel is now done, and Spiegel is in. Karnfreyova is on the barbell for the second time. She still has her final set of bar muscle-ups. She's now on the right side of your screen next to Bethany Flores. And that will do it. It's going to be Christine Kohlenbrander. 5 minutes, 50.11 seconds. The only woman in this heat to go sub-6. Looking to move up the overall standings after that 17th place finish last night in Texas Heavy.
Yeah, great execution here by Christine on seat at the bar. We talked about how important it is to meet yourself where you're at. Well, she did just that. She did singles on the log muscle-ups. She knows she wasn't going to link any together, but she made the most of the capacity that she had. She didn't rest long in between repetitions, and she had the continued ability to move at a steady clip. She knew that this movement, this back squat was going to be a strength for her. So the whole goal in her mind, I would imagine, was to transition from that log to the back squat as quickly as possible and make steady work of each 5, knowing that this was the more secure movement of the 2. And she had a great finish. She led pretty much the entire way and held on all the way through the end. That's going to be a tough time to beat.
5:50.11 seconds for Christine Kohlenbrander as we have now just one heat remaining in seat at the bar presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. Kyra Milligan takes second place at 6:29.42 seconds. Paige Semenza, a couple seconds ahead of Shelby Neal, and it's Lauren Fisher just 0.3 of a second behind Neal as Fisher winds up in 5th place. Overall standings coming into this event, it's Tia Toomey, 100 points after that dominant performance last night in Texas Heavy. Gabby McGowa sits in second. It's Rolf, Horvath, and Lawson rounding out the top 5 with 8 events remaining. And we wanted to know what Tia Toomey was going to be able to do after so much time off. It's like she never left.
She showed us, Sean. You know, we announced yesterday, Tia Toomey is back. Well, she announced it for herself, finishing with 100 points, executing the way that a champion does, starting a little slow, gaming the pack, and then finishing with the tenacity that we'd love to see from Tia Claire Toomey. She is back, to say the least.
Event number 2 for the women. Seat at the bar, just 2 movements here, the log muscle up and the back squat.
Yeah, it's a wonderful combination. It demands that if athletes are going to excel at this, they've got to be well-rounded. It's 15 log muscle-ups into 5 back squats at 260 pounds, then 10 log muscle-ups, another 5 back squats, then 5 log muscle-ups, and they finish with 5 more back squats before they run across that finish mat.
Here are the 10 women who will be in the second and final heat. Tia Toomey will be down in lane number 1. We'll be keeping an eye on her, obviously, as she looks to follow up that dominant performance from event number 1.
Right away, we see Tia dropping for singles. 1 rep at a time, getting as much of her hand on top of the log as possible. A little sticky on the transition there. She's choosing to use grips. We haven't seen many athletes choose to come out with grips today, but of course she's probably thinking for the events to come, the hand care, protecting her skin.
Emma Lawson in lane 5 ripped through 6 before she took a break, and now she's back to singles. Next to her is Laura Horvath. Horvath is through 7 of these first 15 reps. 5:50.11 seconds. Once again, the time to beat belongs to Christine Kohlenbrander. Now Alex Gazan starting to move her way up and challenge Lawson for the top spot in the opening part of the second heat. And there is Emma Lawson now with 3 remaining.
Yeah, and Emma's someone that we've got to keep our eye on with an event like this. The 40 log muscle-ups last year, she was the only female to get through all 40 repetitions. She did get capped, didn't get finished through the finish line, but we know that she's got the capacity. And of course now they've got to execute less log muscle-ups than they did last year. Now the strength portion of this is something that she's been working at. She showed great fruits at the CrossFit Games this year by making improvements to her strength, finishing in the top 10 in the total of the snatch and the clean and jerk, and we'll see what these back squats look like today.
Lawson now with 5 reps at 260 pounds. Alex Gazan is the second woman in the barbell, and here comes Laura Horvath along with Tia Toomey.
Tia strapping up that belt securely.
Emma Lawson is now done with her first set of 5 back squats, as is Alex Gazan. That's the battle for the lead. See Lawson in the background, the right side of screen, going back to the log as Tia Toomey working through her 5 reps here. Last night, Tia Toomey won her 11th career event here at the Rogue Invitational. She's competed in 22. That's a 500 winning percentage. Flip a coin when it comes to Tia Toomey at the Rogue Invitational.
Yeah, the dominance that is involved in a statistic like that is just, it's mind-blowing and boggling, especially to consider the field of women that she's competed against throughout the years. It's amazing.
Emma Lawson and Alex Gazan continue to battle for the lead here. Laura Horvath is putting some pressure on them as well. Tia Toomey right now solidly in 4th place in the heat. 10 reps here on this round of muscle-ups.
Both Laura and Emma's judge with the hand in the air, pretty much going rep for rep at this point. Laura was able to close the gap on those back squats due to her cycle rate being just a touch quicker. So she knows if she can probably stay close to Emma, if it comes down to 5 back squats at the end, she knows that she will have the slight advantage. So, you know, a champion's got those things on the back of their mind the entire way through an event. Where can they make a move? How do they need to manage the fatigue? But how can they put themselves in a situation to be successful? But here goes Alex Gazan, first to the barbell in round 2.
Gazan coming off a 12th place finish last night in Texas Heavy, finished 5th at the CrossFit Games back in August. This is her first career appearance at the Rogue Invitational as Emma Lawson is now back to the barbell, and here comes Laura Horvath as well. 2 reps remain for Gazan as now Lawson is getting to work and Laura Horvath. 35 reps is what they need to hit before they head back to the log for 5 more muscle-ups, and Gazan is now in the lead.
And Gazan picking up her tempo, even a trot back. I'll tell you what, her back squat cycling looked tremendous. She looks very confident under the load. To see her pick up the pace to go back to this log, that is certainly threatening to the rest of the field. She's got confidence in the reps. She's doing one at a time. She knows exactly what she needs to do to get back to that barbell as quickly as she can.
Time to beat upper right-hand part of your screen as Tia Toomey starts her 2nd set of 5 back squats.
Sean, we're talking about Tia coming back from her pregnancy, and we know that conditioning is probably something she's been able to keep quite high level of a priority almost throughout the entire time. However, loading her body in the form of a strength movement like the back squat or the deadlift, things that we'll see this weekend, we wondered how she would respond, and she's doing great with the 260 so far.
Toomey is now done. She's heading back to the log as Alex Gazan is on the barbell for the final time. And Gazan looking to track down Christine Kohlenbrander's time of 5:50.11 seconds. Now Laura Horvath has moved ahead of Emma Lawson for 2nd place. Horvath on the left side working through her final set of back squats. Gazan is done, and Alex Gazan in her first career appearance at the Rogue Invitational has her first event win. .519.75 seconds. Laura Horvath looking to lock up 2nd place, not only in this heat, but also in the event, and she will do it as she comes in at about 5 minutes. Now 5:33.80 officially. Emma Lawson now with 1 rep remaining, and she's got to hurry to take 3rd place in the event. So Kohlenbrander will be good enough for 3rd and 90 points from heat number 1 as Lawson is done. Tia Toomey down in lane number 1, left side of your screen, has 1 rep remaining. And Toomey will come across the finish line. Emma Carey is now your leader on the field. Carey is working her way back to the barbell for the final time as Toomey congratulates Horvath, Gazan, and Lawson. Emma Carey in the gray top. There's Danielle Brandon.
Danielle being one of the only athletes that have opted to really break up the repetitions. But if we remember last year, she struggled with that back squat to the point where she reached failure, had to drop the barbell. She was able to regather the weights and actually execute one more rep or two, but she really struggled to get out of one round of those heavy squats. And while these aren't the same load as last year, it's mirroring that same type of stimulus, and at least she's making her way through now.
There goes Emma Carey, who's going to beat Gabby Magawa across the finish. Ariel Lowen and the rest of the athletes on the field are now just done with round 2. So less than 2 minutes to go before we hit that 9-minute time cap, as Danielle Brandon has closed out her second of 3 sets. This will be her final set of bar muscle-ups. 5 reps here for her to complete. On the right side of your screen, lane 10 is Emily Rolfe. And she's still in round 2 of her bar muscle-ups. There's Ariel Lowen. Getting hit with a no rep. Guessing maybe her feet came above the plane of the bar on that glide kip.
It's a great eye you got there, Sean. That's right. To the naked eye, it would look like, oh, there's nothing wrong with that rep, but that, of course, is one of the limitations. The athletes cannot use a full glide where the feet come above the pulling point of the apparatus. So in this situation, it's going to be the height of the log.
Ariel Lowen to the back squat for the final time, and 30 seconds now to get these 5 reps done. Paige Powers is also on her final set. Paige Powers has had a great year so far. Started off back in January. She won Wadapalooza. Followed that up with a 10th place finish at the CrossFit Games, a career best for her as an individual. Now 5 seconds before the cap, so it doesn't look like anybody on the field right now is going to get to finish, but it's Alex Gazan who racks up her first career event win here at the Rogue Invitational. 5 minutes, 19.79 seconds.
Blistering speed right there. Great pacing for her all the way around. We know that she's an athlete that exhibits tremendous capacity, and we're really just waiting to see as she pieces all these wonderful attributes that she's built together. She's going to be a terrible threat for the podium in years to come.
When you talk to her coach, Justin Kotler, about Alex, he is beaming. Cannot say enough good things about Alex Gazan and the trajectory that she is on right now.
Sean, the first time I met her coach, he literally introduced himself, talked to me for a minute, introduced me immediately to Alex and said, she's going to be a top 5 games athlete in the next 2 years. You watch. Like, that's how high he is on this young athlete, and we can see why. And she really did put it all on display here at seat at the bar. She was able to pace. She was able to meet herself where she was. She wasn't the first athlete that we started to notice to take the lead initially on the log muscle-ups, but what that tells me is that she paced it perfectly for herself, and that's what matters. All these athletes are fit when they take the floor, but who can really capitalize when the moment is the greatest and the pressure is the heaviest? And a lot like that back squat weight, she executed at a very high level.
First career event win for Alex Gazan at the Rogue Invitational, as Laurel Horvath will pick up a 2nd place finish.
Yeah, and she did a great job capitalizing where she could as well, which she knew a lot of that time was going to be spent at the back squat. She was able to make up ground there and pass Emma Lawson on the latter rounds and rack up some more points for herself to accumulate throughout the course of this weekend.
Down to Kiki Dixon with your event winner, Alex Gazan. Having some technical difficulties with Kiki Dixon's microphone, so we'll try to get that fixed and hear from Alex Gazan here in just a second. Apologize for that. But maybe that interview is going to the house, which is why they continue to do it. Now they've stopped. Let's see if we can get them to reset and get that microphone working. But Alex Gazan needed that finish because last night she did not get off to the best start. Gazan finished 12th overall in Texas Heavy. She's going to add 100 points to her total, 5:19.75 seconds. And Laura Horvath with another top 5 finish. Follows up her 4th in Texas Heavy with a 2nd. And Christine Kohlenbrander, big for her. Emma Lawson takes 4th, and then Tia Toomey finishes 5th with a time of 6:17.74 seconds. Event 2 for the CrossFit athletes is in the books. 7 to go here at the Rogue Invitational. So plenty of action. We come back, the legends will be on the field. That will be a lot of fun to watch, and then we'll be back to the Strongmen as a busy Friday at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas continues. Stay with us, everybody, at the 2023 Rogue Invitational.
Number 4, Kieliszkowski and Trey.
Time for some fun with the Legend Showcase. And how about this? Catherine David's daughter and Annie Thor's daughter. Annie, who was supposed to compete as an individual, recently announced that she is pregnant with her 2nd child, decided to have some fun here. The Legends, she and Catherine David's daughter competing together. Catherine was inspired to get into CrossFit by Annie. Yeah. So great to see the two of them out there. We have some teams of 2. And if you've been watching the sport for a while, odds are it's because of one of the people on the field right now.
Yeah, that is 100% true. From my perspective, man, these are exactly the athletes that I came into the space watching, being inspired by, doing movements that I was like, wait a second, you can train like this, and oh, by the way, this is measurable to the point where you can compete in a sport like this. These were the faces and these were the athletes that led the way for everyone that we're watching in the individual competition today. There's no doubt about it.
Here's the event for the Legends presented by Concept 2. So obviously teams of 2. 50 calories on the Echo Bike, followed by 25 power cleans. They'll do a killer cage down and back. 25 more power cleans, and they're going to close out with 50 calories on the Echo bike. 185 for the men, 115-ish for the women.
Uh-oh. I see some.
And now the rain is starting to come out. And we knew that this was possibly going to be a factor today. And we'll see what they're going to do with this event, what modifications they may make.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. I already see Tommy Hackenbrook did the veteran thing that he is known for, which is trying to find the best way to perform. The man ran out immediately, put a T-shirt on him and Matt Chan's bar. He's ready to compete, Sean. He ain't here just for fun.
I was going to say, you cannot turn off the competitor in Tommy Hackenbrook. We will have live scoring. We'll have our scoring ribbon up for this event. Catherine and Annie will not be on it. They were a last-minute addition. They said, what the heck, let's just jump in and do this.
They probably asked to not be on the scoring ribbon to show some mercy to the other legends, I would imagine.
Talking to these legends athletes, the question was, who do you want to be paired with and who do you not want to be paired with? And a lot of times the not want to be paired with athlete was Rich Froning, because they knew that he was going to try to go out and win this whole thing, and they weren't sure if they were ready for that level of commitment. It was going to be Josh Everett, who is paired up with Rich Froning. And we do have one mixed gender pair. That's on the far right. That's Chris Spieler and 2009 fittest woman on earth, Tanya Wagner.
There is an advantage to being paired with Rich if they don't say you got to split the work equally.
Yeah, that is a very good point.
Hey, buddy. You're the fittest man in history. You go ahead and take this.
Keep going. See Chris Clever out there, along with Carrie Pierce, Becca Voigt and Annie Sakamoto. I'm sure that will be a very serious duo. Here we go. Look at Jason Kalipa on the bike.
Oh, yeah, just sending it right out of the gate. Sam Briggs, of course, the engine. She's going hard. Rich with the surprising up-tempo pace there to kick it off. We usually like to see him go steady and smooth and walk people down.
Look at Jason Kalipa is going to work the arms off of that thing.
Jason's got one speed. One speed.
That is a fact. Jason does a great thing in San Jose. He has a group of dads that he gets together in the mornings, sometimes on the weekends, sometimes during the week, just dads that he knows from his kids' school. They come out and they just throw down. I've been lucky enough to be a part of it sometimes. Really trying to just spread the message of fitness and get people in his local community feeling better. Josh Bridges is now on the bike for that duo. There's Dan Bailey.
That's amazing that he's doing something like that, Sean, because, I mean, that's what draws the masses to CrossFit as a methodology, as an opportunity to do fitness with friends, right? Hey, I don't feel like hopping on the bike and sprinting my face off, but if I'm doing it with you, I'll go just a little bit faster.
It's great because it's just a lot of local dads who don't have a lot of time in their day, busy dads, and they get out, they throw down for a good hour and just try to feel better and so they can keep up with their kids. As Bridges and Kalipa were the first two men to the barbell. Now Catherine Davis was on the power cleans, Matt Chan and Tommy Hackenbrook. Matt Chan, who back in 2012 finished second at the CrossFit Games to Rich Froning. Froning and Everett. There's Margot Alvarez and Sam Briggs. You want to talk about toughness. Margot Alvarez and Sam Briggs might be two of the most mentally tough athletes ever to compete in this sport.
Yeah, and Sam Briggs, we're talking about an athlete that notoriously wins single modality events, a run, a row, anything that involves, and also, by the way, beating many of the men as she did so. And then Margot Alvarez being that athlete that was continually at the top for several years and won the marathon row, of course.
Rich Froning is going to cycle 185 like it's his job.
Weighted jumping
jacks. I guess it is.
It is. It is. Yeah, Rich makes those look like weighted jumping jacks.
Josh Everett getting a couple reps in. Josh Everett, who has one of those iconic moments from the early days of the CrossFit Games with the deadlift ladder back in 2009. Now down and back on the killer cage. It's Bridges and Khalipa leading the way right now.
You know, this is nice. We get a little taste of what it's going to look like as athletes make their way through this thing. And it is 24 different portions of the rig that the athletes have to touch every one of them, at least as we progress forward for the individuals. Now, I don't know if they got the same rules. Maybe we'll see. Is Tommy Hackenbrook skipping some of the rungs out there on the killer cage?
Looks like he's going rung by rung as Annie Thorisdottir is going to go grab some chalk. Everett and Froning are done with their first trip down. Now they'll make the trip back. There goes Dan Bailey. And Dan Bailey back in 2011 at the killer cage had a pretty good showing when that apparatus first showed up in Carson.
Yeah, that was a fun event. A lot of these athletes were out there on the floor. It was a killer cage with a pedal-only bike, so not like an Echo, but more like a Concept 2 bike, and then also front squats. Wouldn't mind seeing that resurfacing. Watching the athletes give it a go.
Jason Khalipa dropped off the monkey bars and was able to pick back up right where he left off. Now he's struggling a little bit here, getting some chalk. With the individuals, later on, they have this programmed as that those lengths need to be unbroken. But depending on the weather conditions, that might change. Mikko Salo and Dan Bailey are now in the lead. Dan Bailey actually trained with Mikko when he was competing as an individual.
Mikko spent some time in Ohio, I would assume.
Sale was the 2009 fittest man on earth. Khalipa and Bridges are now on the barbell. Tommy Hackenberg and Matt Chan. Froning and Everett as well. And so far today, we've gotten pretty lucky with the weather. It is very humid, very hot, very humid, but we have not had the thunderstorms that we had on Thursday. Salo and Bailey are done. They'll head back to the Echo bike for the final time, 50 more calories.
Yeah, Mikko Salo, one of the athletes that I remember coming into CrossFit and watching, just revolutionizing the way that we train and prepare for the unknown and unknowable. He was training at high volumes that were just astounding at the time. You know, that 2009 era was when we really started to see athletes like Rich Froning and Tommy Hackenbrook adopt the training methodology that they saw Mikko doing. And it really transformed the way the sport was played and still is played today.
Jason Khalipa pouring everything he has into that Echo bike as Dan Bailey and Mikko Salo are trying to hold off Bridges and Khalipa. Now Everett and Froning are heading back to the bike.
This is where being on a team is a beautiful thing, because you finish a workout and you get to the final movement and it's an erg of any kind, a bike, a rower. You're like, nah, I'm just gonna give it a little love and then try to maybe speed up at the end here. But when you got that teammate looking over your shoulder and they're just hoping and praying you can account for a few more calories, you're willing to sell out and send it to the finish just a little bit more.
Dan Bailey and Mikko Salo making quick transitions here. Jason Khalipa is back to his frantic pace. He's trying to screen peek over on Dan Bailey's screen. And Bailey and Salo are done, and they'll be the first across the finish line as Bridges and Khalipa look to be the next two, as long as that Echo bike stays intact from the amount of torque that Khalipa's putting on those handlebars. And Bridges and Khalipa are done. There is Matt Chan. Froning and Everett making the switch. Here comes Tommy Hackenbrook. Far side of the field, Chris Spieler and Tanya Wagner are back to the bike for the final time, along with Chris Clever and Carrie Pierce. Catherine Davidsdotter's closing out her set of power cleans for the Icelandic duo. There's Carrie Pierce.
Carrie, Sean, when I think of Carrie Pierce, I think of Atalanta. Oh my goodness.
And Mary.
And Mary, yes. I mean, some of the most grueling gymnastics tests that exist or have existed at the CrossFit Games, and wow, did she put on a show for those tests.
There's Catherine Davidsdotter. Margot Alvarez on the right side, working her way back to the bike. And there's Tanya Wagner, who's spent some time on the broadcast team. She was the first ever broadcast partner that I had back in 2012 at the Central East Regional. As Chris Spieler takes his turn on the Echo bike. Annie Sakamoto, also another person we're lucky enough to work with quite a bit. Just a miserable person to be around. Not happy at all.
Zero happiness coming from Annie.
Yeah.
We're joking, folks. If you have any opportunity to ever meet Annie Sakamoto, or be in the room, actually, just be in the room at the same time she lights the place up.
Paired up with Becca Boyd, another just outstanding human being. And someone who really was kind of the first person to show that you can be extremely competitive over a long period of time. What she did later in her career was extremely impressive.
Extremely impressive. We talk about durability, smart training, you know, running and managing a gym at the same time. Openly saying, like, hey, I'm not just a full-time athlete, and I'm still doing it and have been doing it for well over a decade. It's amazing, and it really shows the fruits, not just of the competition, but of the methodology of what CrossFit is and can be for all of us.
There is Sam Briggs, the 2013 fittest woman on earth. And Margot Alvarez trying to finish up their 50 calories. They are done. Across the finish line at the same time as Becca Voigt-Miller and Annie Sakamoto. And our first Legends event is in the books. As Dan Bailey and Miko Salo, who put up the fastest time, 6 minutes, 46.47 seconds. Always great to see these athletes who really put this sport on the map get to come out here, have some fun. And there are a lot of people who might actually be in attendance today who've never seen them compete in person.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing to get to see them get together, create more memories together. I mean, this is a sorority / fraternity, you know, of people that they've grown up together in this space, right? They learned what it was like to become professional, and or even we can call it semi-professional in the space of like, hey, they got into this by happenstance or by accident, and then they realized that they were actually really good at suffering. and then they became, you know, masters of the craft to say they were the first to experience the CrossFit Games and lead the way in so many different avenues. So without these athletes, without these humans leading from the front, I don't know where the sport would be today. So we certainly owe them a lot of gratitude and a lot of respect. It's awesome to watch them take the floor in this way. It's definitely for fun, but it's one of those things that we can't take for granted as long as they're willing to go out there and do the thing.
Always fun to watch the Legends. They'll be competing once a day here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational, and we appreciate everything they have done for the sport and for the community. We're going to take a break as we will get the field reset for the second event for the Strongmen, the Iron Bull, coming up here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. It's Friday at the 2023 Rogue Invitational, day number 1 for the Strongman. One event is down, 2 to go. We've had all kinds of things going on here at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas, including highly trained individuals jumping out of a perfectly good airplane, the leapfrogs from the U.S. Navy dropping in, and that is what is up next. It is the Iron Bull presented by Yeti. Glad you could be with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Lauren Chalet, second event for the Strongman here, Laws. The first question is, who do you expect to do well here?
I think the big names that started well on the deadlift, Mitch Hooper, Trey Mitchell looked unbelievable, very, very powerful. But the man that really needs to do well is Kieliszkowski. Bad start on the deadlift as expected. Now he needs to pull himself back into contention.
And once again, starting in a hole is Kieliszkowski after getting no reps in the first event of the day, the Tower of Power, and we will see if he fares better here in the Iron Bull. This is the overall standings coming in here. We had a tie for first place between Bobby Thompson and Trey Mitchell in the Tower of Power, both of them getting 8 reps, so they split the points for first and second place, so 9.5 each for them. Mitchell Hooper doing what Mitchell Hooper does, just hanging out in the top 5. He finished third in that opening event. Defending champion Alexei Novikov, 1 point back of Hooper, and then it is Tom Stoltman rounding out the top 5. Event number 2 is the Iron Bull. You have a minute to pull that thing 50 feet. It weighs 1,000 pounds, more than 453 kilos.
Yeah, massive, massive weight, and the friction is going to be the challenging thing on this one. A big Brian Shaw has been testing it. He's got the weight right for the athletes. Let's see how they do.
Here is your start list for this event. And it's Kieliszkowski who's going to lead things off. Maxime Boudreau will be after him. Those are the 2 men that failed to get a single rep on the Tower of Power. And the men who finished first, Trey Mitchell and Bobby Thompson, will be the last men to go. Now, Brian Shaw has been testing this event and been working with the Iron Bull, and he spoke with Kiki Dixon about what it's going to take to be successful in this event.
Brian, you had the opportunity to test this implement earlier. What's in store for these athletes?
Well, I think we got it dialed in, and I think we got it ready to go, and I think it's going to be a great test of overall strength and power to keep this thing going. You're going to deal with friction the entire way. So unlike a normal truck pull where you can build some momentum and get it going, if you stop, the sled is going to stop. It's not going to keep coming. So you're going to have to work the entire course to get it done.
You know these strongmen very well. Who do you think is taking this event?
Well, I think the addition of the rope is going to play a big role here. So somebody like a Mateusz Kieliszkowski, who's so efficient with his truck pull technique, if he can stay down and keep it moving, he's going to do well. You're going to look at a guy like Tom Stoltman to do well. You know, some of these guys that have the endurance, maybe a Mitch Hooper, you know, if he can just keep going the whole way, the legs are going to start burning, the arms are going to start burning, and it's really going to come down to those last few feet and who can get it done.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, you're welcome.
Let's talk keys to this event, Laws.
Yeah, I mean, Brian Shaw just mentioned all the big keys there. Leg power and leg endurance is going to be extremely important on this one. The athletes need to try and make sure that this bull just keeps moving down this track. If they end up stopping and it gets stuck, they're going to have to work so hard to get it moving again. So really, the athletes that can get going quick, use that quad power, keep the hips low, and just fight through that lactic acid burn that they're going to feel halfway down this course.
Now, this event was originally supposed to take place outside. It's one of the things that was changed due to the weather. There's still quite a bit of moisture on the field where this test was going to happen. So they moved the whole thing inside. Now, that is not an easy task when you take a look at that Iron Bull. They had to disassemble it, move it inside, move the track, move everything to make sure that this thing was as safe and as fair as possible. Now they've put it here in the concourse at Dell Diamond Stadium.
Yeah, there's so much work going into it. And then the fact that you've got Brian Shaw that spent hours testing this to get it right. The humidity has been a factor. It's affected how hard this is going to be. They think they've got it right. I think we're going to see a real challenge between some athletes really struggling, maybe going halfway down this course, to a few of them really digging deep and getting to the finish line. Now, this man is one of the best pullers on the planet at this type of pulling movement. We haven't seen him in action for a long time on a pull like this. Coming off the deadlift, his confidence needs a boost. He needs a big, big performance here. All the athletes will be watching. And Brian said himself, he has fantastic technique at this. You'll watch him, he'll get low in position. The hips will stay low. He manages that rope very, very well. And the addition of the rope is going to help guys like this, because before they had the rope, it tends to suit the big bodyweight athletes. Now with the rope, it's a little bit more of an equalizer. Someone like Kieliszkowski, he could finish this.
Kieliszkowski is getting set. And he is underway.
Driving hard. Now the important thing is that he keeps going. What he doesn't want to do is come to a dead stop and have to get it going again. And you can see that fatigue already kicking in. He's slowing down. Really good start, but it's starting to get harder and harder. And now he's having to go to driving those hips down and just keep it moving. Very, very difficult pull, this. I can promise you this guy is one of the best at this type of event, so already we can see how difficult it is. 50 feet the course.
He's more than halfway through his allotted time. One total minute here.
Getting close to that finishing line. He's nearly there. He's got to keep that tightness on the rope, keep driving those hips forward, and hopefully the conditioning is there to keep going. I think he's done it.
And Kieliszkowski does get the entire 50 feet, 41.82 seconds for the Polish Titan.
So rare that we see him happy, but I think by the end of this, he will be smiling. 41 seconds. From my perspective, I think that's good. You could see how quickly those legs started to burn up, and he is one of the fitter athletes.
Maxime Boudreau will be the next man up. But one of the cool things about moving this event inside is that it puts the fans right on top of the action, right there to cheer on the athletes.
Oh yeah, they are right next to the barriers. They're just kind of leaning over, cheering the athletes on, and the athletes will hear that. You can see how close they are there. Kieliszkowski working hard on that second half. He started off really, really quickly, but as soon as that lactic acid builds up in those quads, you are then just fighting and digging deep. You can see the biceps pulling. He's trying to keep that rope tight to his chest, pulling it in, driving the hips down, pushing with the quads. And you can feel the energy being zapped away from you, and you're just hoping that you're crossing that line.
Not only did they have to move that whole iron bull up there, they had to move that entire track and reassemble it there on the concourse. That was something they were working on yesterday. And again, there's still a lot of moisture out where this track was supposed to be towards home plate at Dell Diamond Stadium. And it was just going to be better for the athletes to move this thing inside. And this is actually, it's a pretty cool setting. Like I said, puts the fans right on top of it, as Maxime Boudreau is going to be the next man up as they have the Iron Bull reset. 1,000 pounds in that thing. That's more than 453 kilos.
It's a huge weight, and it's the friction that makes it even harder. You got that wood against those metal railings. The humidity is extremely high right now. But they couldn't have had anyone better than Brian Shaw to test it out.
Maxime Boudreau, the next man up. Both he and Mateusz Kieliszkowski failed to get a single rep on that tower of power. So Boudreau, like Kieliszkowski, looking to come up with a strong performance here in event 2 of 6.
Absolutely. He needs to put some points on the board now. Zeroing on the deadlift was kind of expected for Maxime. He knows deadlift isn't his strong point. But now that's out the way. You've got to forget about it, move forward to the next event. He needs to really put in a strong performance here, because he does have some good events, but a second bad event will really make things difficult.
We have that log medley coming up to close out the day. And last year at the Rogue Invitational, he finished 7th overall, but his best finish that year was a 2nd place in that yoke log medley we had. And he has an opportunity to score some points this evening.
I've said the fact that the finger is now there instead of the yoke, that's even better for him on that event. So a solid placing on this event, he'll be feeling a lot more confident. You can see there, just chalking his hands. They want to make sure there's no moisture at all. I kept mentioning the humidity, but it is an important factor. They need those hands to be as dry as possible to get the purchase on the rope. Keep it tight. He's got very strong hands, strong arms. You want to utilize those in this event. And then, like I said, with Kieliszkowski, it's all about that quad power. Keeping the hips low, driving hard, and just working through that lactic acid. Unless you've ever experienced that kind of feeling of the legs burning up, it's a horrible experience.
Maxime is just about ready here. He will try to best Mateusz Kieliszkowski's time of 41.82 seconds. He's the second of 10 competitors to go here.
Decides to go without the mouth guard. So again, watch for him to kind of take, an experienced athlete's going to look to take all that slack out of that rope. So he should be trying to pull it in, get it as tight as possible. Double-footed stance, almost like you're half squatting is the stance position you want to be in. Drive those hips, starting quickly. Good.
Good pace to start here from Maxime Buro, already through 5 feet, and now through 15.
And it's about that 15 mark that we saw that Kieliszkowski had to start working hard. There seems to be a much tougher point there. And now he's having to dig deep. He's pulling in well with the arms, just not quite as quick as Kieliszkowski at this point. Needs to get a little bit lower if he can.
He's halfway there. 50 feet is the total distance.
You can see the arms are working, but he's using too much arms and not enough of that leg and glute power. Those big muscles in the leg are where you're going to move this event. The arms are important, but more to keep you in position. We should point out he's coming back from a very serious leg injury. Maybe the leg strength isn't quite where it needs to be right now. The arms are, yes, the veins are kind of pumping out of his arms there, but I think he is done.
Final couple of seconds for Maxime Buro. Won't be able to complete that 50-foot pull in its entirety, but we'll see what his official final distance is. Be able to get it more than halfway down that track.
I think we'll start to see how impressive that time by Kieliszkowski was. So hard as the first athlete to go out there, because you really don't know, especially on a new event like this. We've not seen this event before. We've seen variations of pulls using various different equipment, vehicles, sleds, but this is a new piece of kit, so we have no data to look back on and say what's good and what's not good.
And you mentioned we saw Maxime start to slow down right about the same point that we saw Mateusz, about that 15, 20-foot mark.
Yeah, I think it's clear that that start isn't so bad, and then about the 15, 20-foot mark, it just hits them. Whether that's a combination of they just try to work hard to get to that point and the legs are pumping, or it just physically is a little bit of a stickier point on the track. And look how many people it takes to push that thing back.
We were talking earlier, one of the hardest jobs here is to be a loader on the strongman competition. But you and 90 of your friends trying to move something that one guy moved that far.
Yeah. And they're strong guys, you know. They're all guys that train in the gym, work hard. Some of them compete in strongman or have in the past. But when you see that many people pushing it back, it shows you how challenging it is.
That'll bring up Luke Stoltman, who will be the third man to go here.
So Luke is looking powerful. He's got the size and body weight for this event. He's got big, strong legs, needs to utilize them.
Luke finished 8th in the Tower of Power with
and
one
I think,
rep.
You know, based on his deadlift is not his strongest event, he'll be pleased with that. He picked up a few points. Here we go. This was a great rep for Luke. So important to get those points on the board. You know, we saw a couple of athletes 0. Luke getting a few points, although it might not be big points, it just keeps you in contention. Now he can really build, and you know, we know how strong his pressing power is. With 2 real pressing events in this competition, that's a great position to be in. A good, solid performance here. Luke is back in contention.
And we mentioned it earlier, but both Luke and his brother Tom competed last weekend at the Giants Live World Tour Finals. It's not like they're coming off a ton of rest here.
6 days rest plus the travel, but these are pros, you know, they're used to that, and they are here to battle. And there's a man that's looking focused. A little bit nervous as expected on an event that you've never done before. But he's got all the tools to be good. Just needs to get that good start and then just dig deep.
Luke will be the third man to go here. Mateusz Kieliszkowski is the only man who's been able to complete that 50-foot pull. Did it in 41.82 seconds. Maxime Boudreau is going to come in with an official distance of 31 feet 3 inches.
A really interesting factor on this is going to be looking at the various different types of footwear that athletes choose. Obviously, you want to try and have as much purchase against that flooring as possible. If you end up slipping or kind of, you know, not being able to get any friction against the floor, you can't then apply the power that you have in those muscles. So Luke has strong legs. He's got the body weight. Let's see what the technique's like as well.
10 seconds.
Luke getting himself set.
Stand by.
1 minute to go, 50 feet for Luke Stoltman.
These are about ready to go. There's the whistle. And starting strong. Let's see if it kicks in at that 15-foot mark for him as well. Yep.
And there's the sticking point. As Luke continues to work here through 15 feet.
Now, as an athlete, you've got to kind of be patient and kind of almost, the guys that are still to come will be watching this thinking, okay, I know at that point I need to keep working hard and not panic, because now they've seen it happen a few times. You've got to be expecting it, whereas for the guys that had to go early, it is tougher to cope with.
Luke continues to inch his way down the floor here past the 30-second mark. About 20 seconds remaining for Luke Stoltman, trying to get past Maxime Boudreau's mark of 31 feet 3 inches.
Luke's going to now a double-footed drive on each pull. It's a more powerful position to be in, but it's a much slower movement as well. Obviously, you'd like to just be able to keep going and use that momentum, but he's keeping this moving. Let's go, Luke. Get yourself up. Keep moving. One more pull.
And that'll do it for Luke Stoltman. We'll see how close he got to Maxime Boudreau. That 30 feet unofficially right now. We'll wait for the official measurement on that. But a great effort from Luke Stoltman getting close to Maxime Boudreau there.
Look at this, those legs. He's got huge, huge legs, and they are going to be full of blood right now. 33 foot, he does go into second place.
3 men down, we have 7 left, and it's Mateusz Kieliszkowski who's still the only man who's been able to pull that thing.
Let's take another
all
look
50
at this.
feet.
So he starts really well. This is after the 15-foot mark where he's having to really work hard. Goes to a double-footed drive, pulling hard on the rope, driving the hips down. You can see the effort on his face there. This is a tough pull.
Luke Stoltman able to get 33 feet. That will move him into second place right now, but still early in this second of 6 events that the strongmen will face here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. One more event remaining today after this is where time was called for Luke Stoltman. And now Evans Singleton will be up next. Evan, a man who was supposed to compete here last year at the Rogue Invitational, got injured in training, wasn't able to show up here in Round Rock. He is here this year.
Winner of 2 shows this year. He's had an amazing year, to be fair, and he's kind of really, it looks like he's evolved as an athlete. The Tower of Power didn't go to plan for Evan. He's got, you know, his deadlift, he's got great power off the floor. This type of deadlift, you can't be quite as aggressive. It's a much higher starting position, and he just wasn't able to apply that leg power that he normally gets off the floor. Lost a little bit of balance on some of the reps, but he's got to eliminate that now, move on to the next event. Good performance here. He is back in the game.
Evan Singleton with 2 good reps earned him 4 points in the overall standings coming into this event.
And again, Evan has all the tools to be good on this event. He's a big man. He's got big body weight, strong legs, decent speed and endurance, very, very strong grip and arms. It's now just about applying it all on the day.
Singleton in his first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational.
So he's been able to see 3 athletes go so far. We know that start isn't too bad. He's going to hit that 15, 20-foot mark, and then he's going to have to dig deep.
There's the 1,000-pound Iron Bull. And again, if you're just joining us, this event was originally supposed to take place on the field here at Dell Diamond. The conditions made that not the best choice, so they decided to move this indoors. That included the track, the implement, everything that we needed to do in order to bring this event to you. So it's a pretty big undertaking to move this thing from home plate up to the concourse. And it's turned out to be a pretty cool setting. The fans right there on top of the athletes as the T-Rex, Evan Singleton, is set for his 1-minute effort.
Interested to see how Evan does on this. Like I said, he's got all the tools. Let's see how things play out. Taking the slack out of the rope. He's got a hugely powerful grip, strong arms.
Stand by.
And here we go. 41.82 seconds is the time to beat, and Singleton, like everyone else, is starting strong through those first 15 feet.
Starting strong, but he didn't panic then as well. He kind of, I think, knowing it's going to get harder, he didn't go out too hard, knowing that you have to save the energy for this next phase. And now he's working hard, still moving well. He just needs to drive those hips down a little bit more. He's just getting a bit too upright. Use those arms, keep the hands close to the chest as possible, and drive the hips down. It's moving still.
Halfway through his 60 seconds. Now about 20 seconds remaining for Evan Singleton.
It's closing in on Buro and Stoltman's distances. He's got time to get past him, just needs to keep digging deep.
Singleton has moved himself into second place. And 5 seconds to go now for Evan Singleton.
It's a great effort here by Evan. He's giving absolutely everything. He's put himself into second place.
And that will do it for Evan Singleton, and that is good enough right now for second place at 35 feet unofficially.
Look at the effort he's put in there. He's absolutely exhausted.
You talk about context. What Kieliszkowski did first man out, that is looking more and more impressive as we watch these athletes go out and fail to make that 50 feet.
It's so hard when you're the first to go because you have no reference to go off. Now we are starting to see how impressive that was by Kieliszkowski. But Evan doing what he needed to do here, get himself into that second position, picking up more points. From a technical point, it wasn't perfect, but the effort was unbelievable.
And this is the final part of this effort. You can just see how hard he is working to get every bit of distance.
Look at that. It's everything he's got is going into there. The arms look like they grew as he was kind of pulling towards the end.
Now the Iron Bull being moved back into position. And that will bring out Tom Evans.
Tom Evans with his American football background. Potentially this could be a good event for him.
1,000 pounds on the Iron Bull, again more than 453 kilos. Tom Evans coming off a solid performance in the Tower Power. He was able to get 3 successful reps in event number 1.
Yeah, he's just one of those guys that seems to keep improving. Every time we see him, he's getting a little bit better. And, you know, the deadlift is really probably his worst event in the competition. So I think we can see something good now moving forwards. Gaining more experience at this level. Getting better every single time. He's a focused man. Look at him there. He's not a big social media guy, but when it comes to the competitions, he's fierce.
Mentioned the Tower of Power, and he went out and was able to give himself 5 points. Finished 1 rep ahead of Evan Singleton with 3 good reps. And
started very strong in the deadlift there. Those first few reps absolutely flying. Good solid lockout. We know his leg power is good. Third rep, just started to lose it on the lockout a little.
And we will we'll see if he can become the second man to pull the Iron Bull all 50 feet inside of a minute.
Well, now we know how impressive finishing this is. So if he can finish it, he's going to expect big points. But even without finishing, he knows now there's distances to beat. And you're going to, you have that in your mind. As you're going through, you're thinking, okay, if you're the first to go and you have nothing to beat, it's very hard to keep pushing yourself. Whereas when you are within a few feet of a distance, mentally you think, okay, I've got 10 seconds, I can keep pushing, I can keep working hard for that little bit longer. So he's strapped in, gets hold of the rope, looks calm and composed.
Tom Evans, his first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. Looking to score some points here in the Iron Bull. He is set. .82 seconds from Mateusz Kieliszkowski. He's the only man who's completed all 50 feet
Slipping
here.
around a little bit at the moment. Needs to get the hips a bit lower. Not sure if the footwear is causing him issues. He seems to be slipping more than any other athlete right now. I actually think he'd be better off just driving the hips a bit lower, bringing the chest a bit higher. Come on, Thomas.
It does not look like they have any sort of markers on the floor for where the athletes have finished. So you mentioned having something to shoot for, like in an event like the Wheel of Pain, where you have the nameplates out there.
Yeah,
you can see how far you need to go. They have the distance there, but
I'm not sure if the other athletes know what the other athletes have hit so far, but they know roughly what they're going to be looking for. They do pay attention.
10 seconds left, and Tom's starting to run out of gas here. He's able to budget a little bit there with that final pull. And that will do it for Tom Evans. We'll wait for the official measurement for him.
Tom Evans probably has the least amount of experience in a vehicle-type pull out of all the athletes competing this year. And it showed a little bit there. The technique wasn't quite where it needed to be. He looked focused at the start, but as soon as he was going, you could see he was slipping on the floor. The feet were all over the place. He won't be happy with that. He's definitely capable of more.
What do you see here that you'd like to change?
A couple of things I change. I change his footwear, firstly, because that was, I think it's probably the slippiest I've seen out of any of the athletes that have been. But in terms of positioning, he was almost kind of rounding. So his hips are high, his head is low, but his hips are high. And everyone kind of thinks it's about being low. Your hips need to be low, not necessarily your head. And just a bit more tension on the rope. Problem is, once you kind of burn out a bit of energy, then just panic sets in and you can't think. You're just trying to get yourself through a few inches. But with a bit of practice, I think we'll see much, much better from Thomas, potentially next time we see this event.
5 athletes down. We are halfway through the field here as Tom Stoltman will be up next.
I'm excited to see Tom on this. You know, Tom is someone who's constantly improving. We see improvement on every event he does. Every time he's coming out, he's focused again, he's hungry, just coming off a big win last week. He's got the body weight to be good here. He's got the leg strength. And as I say that, here comes the rain.
And it was a good idea.
This is why they moved this inside, because you do not want to be doing this type of event.
And it went, I don't know if anybody can hear that on the broadcast, but it went from clear skies to pretty good downpour here. It's the first good one we've seen today. This is what we were dealing with most of yesterday. So glad that we're able to have this event go off as scheduled. Again, moving the entire thing, not only the Iron Bull, but also that track indoors, and they started doing it yesterday.
Two-time world's strongest man, second place last time he competed at the Rogue Invitational in 2021. Missed last year's show. He is back for the 2023.
Coming off the Tower of Power, where he took 5th place and was able to amass 4 good reps.
He looked really solid, and just burnt out a little bit on this last rep. interesting because I've seen him do some incredible deadlifts this year. Sometimes you just don't know how fatigued an athlete is. I think this event is going to be much better for Tom. He's got decent points on the deadlift. This is an event he's going to want to be top 3 in, though.
Picked up 6 points as courtesy of that result. As we mentioned with his brother Luke, they competed last weekend at the Giants Live World Tour Finals, and Tom won that.
In dominating fashion as well. He looked really, really good. But he is someone that wants to do well in this show as well. So he's been training hard. Let's see what kind of shape he's in on this one.
This is his second appearance at the Rogue Invitational. He finished second overall back in 2021.
We've seen him do very, very well on events like the Wheel of Pain before. Similar, slightly different, but you know, same kind of muscle groups involved. He's got all the strengths. It's just applying the technique to this individual event.
The albatross is set. And we will see if he can match Mateusz Kieliszkowski in finishing this 50-foot pull in 1 minute.
Now's where it gets harder. He needs to dig deep. There we go. It's moving nicely. Just needs to keep step and keep it moving.
Stoltman making slow progress with that iron bull is still creeping forward as we approach the halfway point here. 30 seconds remain for Tom Stoltman.
Tom still moving it forwards. Just going ahead of Thomas Evans now. Come on, Tom. Oh, that's a disaster. His shoes come off. So he's now having to pull with a shoe off. That's going to be agonizingly painful as well. Needs to keep it going. Come on, Tom.
Finding a way to gut through this final seconds for Tom Stoltman.
That's going to be painful.
His brother Luke looking on, and we'll have to wait for the official measurement there, but
that's not what he wanted at all. So we'll bring the official distance, but it's not the start that Tom Stoltman would have wanted.
We still have 4 men to go here. Good start and was able to sort of keep some momentum through that sticking point, but then the shoe comes off and
you can't
it's
do
over then.
this without a shoe on.
You see the shoe on his left foot came off right about with 10 seconds left.
Trying, bless him. That's going to be agony though if the foot kind of gets into those little rivets. You think of the power that he has, plus the weight of the bull pulling you backwards.
Now 4 athletes remain, 6 have gone, and only 1 has been able to pull the iron bull all 50 feet. That's Mateusz Kieliszkowski, who was the first man out. 41.82 seconds is still the only finishing time that we have. As Alexei Novikov, who's our defending champion, is getting set. Novikov coming in 4th place after 6 good reps on the Tower of Power.
He looked really solid on this. Very nice technique, takes all the slack out of the bar, good smooth pulls, technically very efficient. There's a reason he is the current Rogue Invitational champion. Very adaptable athlete, always prepares hard.
We've only had the strongman competition here now for 3 years at the Rogue Invitational. I think this is the first time that the defending champion has come in not amongst the top athletes as far as favorites are concerned, and that just goes to show you how deep and talented this field is here.
Yeah, every year the standard seems to get higher. And with strongman, it's so easy. just a small injury can kind of knock you back. And you know, he had surgery this year. He's still coming back to his best form, but we're starting to see improvements now. And I think, you know, as the champion, whether you're 100% or not, you come in and you want to win. It's a pride thing, you know, and he's an athlete that always likes to be on the podium, always likes to win. He's had 2 performances in his last 2 competitions that are just unlike him, and he wants to prove to everyone he's still one of the best in the world.
He's 27 years old, and he's already won 11 international competitions,
and
that's still young
very
for a strongman athlete.
He's one of the youngest athletes competing in this contest, potentially the youngest.
Alexi is getting himself set.
30 seconds.
I think he is the youngest, you know.
As Tom Stoltman right now, we just saw him go prior to Alexi, 23 feet 2 inches is going to be his result.
That's not good for Tom. He'll be very disappointed with that. And obviously the shoe coming off will have been upsetting.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Novikov is set. There goes the defending champion.
It's as if this ball is getting harder the more athletes that go.
Novikov continuing to crank away here, trying to get some momentum going on this thing, as this is where we have seen just about every athlete struggle except for Mateusz Kieliszkowski as we approach the 30-second mark, so halfway through this 1-minute window for Alexei Novikov.
Alexei, in terms of body weight, one of the lightest athletes competing, which is a disadvantage on this type of event. It does seem like it's getting harder and harder the more athletes that go out. So far, Kieliszkowski, the only man to finish on 41.82, an incredible time. Singleton is in second place on 35 feet 10 inches.
Final seconds for Alexei Novikov, just trying to get every bit of distance out of this thing as he possibly can.
I'll have to bring you the official result in a second, but it doesn't look.
Right now they have him tied with Tom Evans at 21 feet. One more look at Alexei Novikov's effort.
I think one thing's for sure, there's a Polishman that's starting to get a small smile on his face right now. He doesn't often smile, and you know, he looked almost disappointed after the time he was given. But I think looking at how these athletes are struggling, he's going to be smiling a little bit more about it now.
Alexei Novikov will wait for his official result. But as you mentioned, Mateusz Kieliszkowski is starting to count the points that he's going to pocket after this event. And as you mentioned at the top of this event, he needed that after scoring 0 on the Tower of Power. Well, Mitchell Hooper will be up next. And this man has just been on an absolute tear. Debuted at the World's Strongest Man as a professional in 2022. He took 8th, which is incredible. But then after that, has yet to finish lower than 3rd.
He is on a podium streak of 12 right now. He's been testing various different shoes for this event. Tower of Power went well. Solid performance, getting him second place. 7 repetitions. And that's really Mitch's strength. He is consistent on almost every type of event out there. He knows what he needs to do. He's tested the shoes, trying to get the best grip. Very strong legs, very good endurance in the legs. He went from really struggling on a truck pull at World's Strongest Man in his debut to winning the truck pull at World's Strongest Man this year. This is a similar event.
He had 5 wins in 6 competitions from November of 2022 to April of 2023. And you may have seen him, he went and put a shoe down on the track, and there's no name markers to show where guys are. I don't know if that's the mark that he has in mind or just a visual cue for him, but he put something down by the track.
Mitch knows that points are important. It's not always just about winning every event. It's about putting the points on the board. He knows he's got really good events to come. This potentially could be a very good event, and he just wants those visual markers to give him a target.
1 minute.
At this point, he won't even worry about Kieliszkowski because there's the big points disparity from the deadlift. He knows the guys like Trey Mitchell, Tom Stoltman, Novikov, Bobby Thompson, those are the athletes that are close to him, and those are the ones he'll want to stretch away from.
And if you're just joining us and wondering why this event is in the concourse here at Dell Diamond Stadium, it's because of the weather yesterday. Put so much moisture on the field, they decided to move it inside. As you can see, the grounds crew right now is trying to dry off the field after the latest downpour that we just had. And this entire thing, track and all, had to be moved up inside the stadium.
Yeah, definitely the right call with the weather. Mitch Hooper's ready to go. Just to take that slack out of the rope.
Stand by.
Mitch Hooper is set. And he is off.
Now, if you look at Mitch's positioning, although the chest is high, the hips are low. He's not rounding down, using those strong quads. He's keeping this ball moving.
Where he put that shoe is his goal.
I don't think he needs to worry about that right now. He needs to focus on picking off distances. He's closing in on Thomas Evans' distance first. He needs to try and make sure he's pulling hard on that, driving those hips through more.
Past the 30-second mark for Mitch Hooper. He's already in 5th place right now.
He's trying to drive those hips down a bit more, pull hard with the rope. He's digging deep, he's looking at distances, goes ahead of Tom Stoltman. Next target is Maxime Boudreau's countryman. Got about 5 seconds to keep digging deep. He's getting close to Singleton's distance. Can he get past it? It's still moving. It's going to be close.
Hooper is going to maybe finish in 2nd place right now. We'll wait for the official measurement, but this is what this guy does. Doesn't win a whole bunch, but he's never really out of the top 4.
That's what he does so well. I mean, we can see now why Kieliszkowski's time was so impressive. Really making, you know, some of the best strength athletes on the planet look very ordinary. But it's about that consistency in terms of picking up points every single event. And it was really Mitch's just determination to keep pushing and keep working hard there that got him through that. Technique started to break down. The stickiness of this ball, the wood against the metal is kind of really challenging these athletes. But you've got to keep fighting.
But that is going to be close to a top 2 performance, at the very least a top 3 performance from Mitchell Hooper, as now just 2 athletes remain, Trey Mitchell and Bobby Thompson, the 2 men who tied for 1st place in event number 1.
I'm excited to see Trey on this. The man has come in like a tank. He's looking hugely powerful. The deadlift was strong. I've been watching his training. He looks good. Again, another athlete that has all the tools to be good at this type of event. 2-time winner of the Shore Classic. 2nd place at the Rogue Invitational last year. He wants to step up from that this year.
And he may have been the biggest surprise in the Strongman competition last year at the Rogue Invitational. No one was really talking about him. And he,
do you know what,
started off great in the Tower of Power, and he did the same thing again this year.
He is one of those athletes that not a lot of people do talk about. It's just because he's a very mild-mannered, you know, kind, quiet person. But as an athlete, he's fierce and he's capable of doing whatever he wants in the sport. Such talent, such power. Getting some advice from Brian Shaw there. Who better to get advice from? Let's see what Big Tex can do.
He got through 8 reps in the Tower of Power to tie Bobby Thompson for first. Thompson's going to be the last man out.
Trey Mitchell.
Now Mitchell's getting that harness adjusted.
I think he's just testing it out. He wants someone to pull it so he can kind of feel it's pulling against his shoulders in the right areas. Now he gets attached to the mechanical bull.
About 90 seconds before we start. Can only one athlete complete that 15-foot journey?
Trey Mitchell has finished 5th or better in his last 8 competitions. Mitchell Hooper, meanwhile, is now in second place with 36 feet 7 inches officially.
So that has to be Trey's target, is beating Mitch Hooper. I don't think he needs to worry about Kieliszkowski again, the same reason as we spoke about with Mitch Hooper and Kieliszkowski.
Trey is just about set to go here. 60 seconds to pull that 1,000-pound Iron Bull, 453 kilos, 50 feet. And so far, only Mateusz Kieliszkowski has been able to do that. His time at the top of the leaderboard right now at 41.82 seconds.
For the full 50 feet. So Trey Mitchell takes hold of the rope.
10 seconds.
Mitchell is set. And here we go.
Steadily moving. He's not rushing. Stop fairly early. This is not what he'll want. It's interesting because we saw some of the early guys really blast out of the blocks to try and get as far as they could, and they got stuck. So some of the later athletes have come out a bit slower, but that's actually made the start even harder.
30 seconds remain for Trey Mitchell here.
This is not good for Trey at all. Needs to really dig deep and kind of pull himself some points back.
That bull is creeping forward, so
come on, Trey,
Mitchell
you need to get
is
up.
down. He's got 14 seconds left, and I don't know.
I think
he may have fainted. We'll have to check on Trey Mitchell. Is being attended to right now. He's up. Looks like he's okay.
That's why I love Strongman as well. Look how many of the athletes are there checking on their friend.
One more look, and as you mentioned, Trey started to struggle a little earlier than the other athletes that we've seen on this.
I mean, I don't know the reasoning. He has come in very big for this contest and powerful. Potentially conditioning not where it needs to be, but hopefully he's okay. So much effort that they're putting through just to get this ball moving. We've got one athlete left to go.
See the fans lining the barrier there at the concourse at the Dell Diamond Stadium. And that's one of the cool things about moving this indoors, is that it has put the fans right on top of the action.
Yeah. So Bobby Thompson will be the last athlete to go. Tied with Trey on the deadlift. And this is a big advantage for an athlete like Bobby. He's got some amazing events to come. Obviously, the deadlift was a great event for him as well. The fact that he can go towards the end on this event and having those targets to beat is going to be very helpful.
We will wait for everything to get reset before Bobby Thompson will be able to get himself out on the track. Second of 3 events that the Strongmen will face here on the opening day of competition for them. We'll have 3 more events tomorrow. We're going to close things out in the Strongman competition later on today with the log medley. Still waiting for everything to get cleared and make sure that Trey is all right. And we're weight on his official measurement as well. Bobby Thompson, as you mentioned, Lobs, will be the next man up. And really came up with a clutch performance in the Tower of Power to tie Trey.
He
with
did
those 8 reps.
very, very well. But if you notice there, Bobby was the first person down to help Trey as well. It's the camaraderie of the strength athletes is, I think it's one of the reasons people love the sport so much. You know, they all want to beat each other. They're all fierce competitors, but great friends as well.
And I think that's one thing that both of the competitions that are on display here have in common. You hear a lot about the CrossFit community, and it's the same that, and I haven't been involved in Strongman very long, but I definitely see the same sort of camaraderie, competitors wanting each other to do well, helping each other out.
Absolutely. They all want to beat each other, but on each other's best day. And it's one of the things I've loved about the sport for so long.
So still just a little bit of a delay here as we get everything reset and again make sure that Trey Mitchell is all right. Mateusz Kieliszkowski is the only man who has completed the Iron Bull inside of 60 seconds, was able to pull that thing all 50 feet in 41.82 seconds. Mitchell Hooper currently sits in second place. Let's take a look back at the opening effort here, and at the time we didn't know how impressive this was.
Yeah. I mean, he just blitzed out of the blocks. You could see it. He got a bit of a sticking point, but he managed to keep it moving, which was key. Really aggressive with every step that he took. He was keeping his form, he was keeping his arms tight, pulling hard on the rope, driving hard with the legs. And so far, the only athlete that has been able to finish this distance. .54 seconds for Kieliszkowski, the only man to finish.
We're going to step away. When we come back, event 2 of the Strongman competition of the 2023 Rogue Invitational continues. Event 2 for the strongmen continues here as Bobby Thompson will be the last man to go. Trey Mitchell is well. He is being attended to by the medical crew here at the Rogue Invitational, and as soon as we have an update, we will pass that along to you. Now the American Nightmare will try to match Mateusz Kieliszkowski and finish this entire 50-foot pull inside of a minute.
So Bobby Thompson, our last athlete to go, needs to regain focus after what's just happened and just really give 100% on this event. Last athlete to go, very, very wide stance. He has issues with his ankle, so he can't get the mobility that the other athletes do. He's going to just utilize that hip power, stay high, pull hard with the rope. He has the advantage going last, so he's got targets to beat, and that's what he needs to do, is just keep pulling hard. Use those arms, pull hard into his chest, drive the hips down. There we go, keep it moving.
Approaching the halfway point as far as allotted time is concerned as Thompson adjusts that harness. Now 30 seconds remain.
He's got time, even if he just pick up a few points, it will be good for Bobby on this event. This is the worst event of the weekend for Bobby Thompson. Great start on the deadlift. Needs to just keep moving that bull. And it's still moving. He's got 15 seconds left.
Thompson right now through 10 feet, trying to catch Trey Mitchell's mark of 16 feet 7 inches. And he's going to call it in the final couple of seconds here.
Got a lot of good events to come. He needs to look after that body.
That will hand 10 points to Mateusz Kieliszkowski, who goes out first and winds up winning the event, and he needed that after finishing last in the Tower of Power.
Yeah, exactly what we said before the event. We knew he was good at this type of event. I didn't quite think it would be that good after him having to go out first. But my goodness, he was the only athlete to finish.
One more look at Bobby Thompson, who wasn't able to get much going on this thing, but as you mentioned, Laws, not the best event for him. There is a log coming up later, so he has a chance to really do some damage in that log medley later on this evening.
Bobby is going to enjoy that one a lot more, and he's got the axle tomorrow as well. Great event for Bobby. This type of event, not the best for the American Nightmare.
Mateusz Kieliszkowski is going to pick up his second career win here at the Rogue Invitational, as he is the only man to complete that 50-foot pull in its entirety. And that will rocket him up the overall standings with one event to go here on day number 1. Kieliszkowski, 42.54 seconds officially. Mitchell Hooper, another top 3 finish, followed by the T-Rex, Evan Singleton, and then Luke Stoltman and Maxime Boudreau rounding out the top 5.
Fantastic points for Mateusz Kieliszkowski there, but Mitch Hooper doing great, and Evan and Luke also picking up big points.
Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon, who is with our event winner, Mateusz Kieliszkowski.
Mateusz, congratulations on your event win. This is your second career Rogue Invitational event win. This is the first time, however, that we've seen the Iron Bull. What was the reality of this beast?
Thank you, thank you. It looks much easier than reality pull. It's really, really heavy. I have never pulled so much big weight in my life because it's all time stopping. You must all time moving. It's not like a track pull, like a one move. You must start all time and again. It costs a lot of energy for us.
You had the winning pull, but you still looked a little disappointed at the end of that. Were you happy with this performance?
You know, now I'm happy because I win, but when I finish it, I thought that it's really slow time because always when I do pulling events, I'm going really, really quick. Also, I can say it's not my 100% because I had worst trip in my life here. Over 48 hours. I had a passport problem, a visa problem, police control, problem with airlines. I came here 1 a.m. at morning, and I sleep 4.5 hours, 5 hours like that, and I'm really, really tired. You know, I know it's not my 100%.
Thank you so much for your insight, and we look forward to seeing you back out here later today.
Thank you, thank you.
Percent doesn't matter because it is a win for Mateusz Kieliszkowski.
The W is what counts. He needed that. He's pulled himself right back into this contest as well, currently tied in 3rd position.
For the overall standings and more. And to follow along what's going on with the Rogue Invitational, you can go to roguefitness.com/invitational. More action to come here as the CrossFit athletes are back out on the floor to close out their day of competition. The Strongman will close things out later on this evening. So stay with us. Still plenty to come here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational.
The weather delay has ended and our coverage can resume. We are set for the third event for the CrossFit athletes here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational from Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. It is the Circus presented by Concept 2. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway, and other than the weather delay, which I guess we kind of expected, more or less the CrossFit competition on the men's side has gone as expected.
It has gone as expected. I mean, we've got some athletes that are banking points the way that we assume they would. Jeff Adler, Ricky Garrard, but then we've got Chandler Smith right there. He didn't do anything polarizing like win an event, but he has set himself up to be tied for the top spot as we enter here into event 3.
And it is tight atop the overall standings for the men. 3 men tied with 165 points, Adler, Garrard, and Smith. As right now, Adler and Garrard are tied as they each have an event win. Chandler Smith in 3rd place. Only 50 points separate 10th place Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson from Jeff Adler and Ricky Garrard and Chandler Smith. Event number 3 is the Circus. We got a brand new implement out there.
We got a brand new implement, and that is not the only thing. And we get to revisit an oldie but goodie from the CrossFit Games back in 2011, the Killer Cage. But these athletes for event 3 are going to go through 40 calories on that ski erg. They are also going to then use the Circus dumbbell to execute 5 shoulder overhead. They could do that in any way, 5 on the right, 5 on the left. And then they've got to do the Killer Cage down and back.
Here are your lane assignments for the first of 2 heats for the men, and Ricky Garrard will be out there in heat number 1. He'll be in lane 8, looking to rack up another win here at the Rogue Invitational. Once again, tied in points with Chandler Smith and Jeff Adler at 165 points. We mentioned that dumbbell. That is a new implement for these athletes, and for more on that, here's Kiki Dixon.
Guys, these Circus dumbbells are modeled after the Sear dumbbell. 2 of the biggest differences, it's all stainless steel and it has a much bigger handle. Practice makes progress with these things. I was chatting with Victor Hoffer and he said he's been working with the thicker dumbbell handle, and at first he had to do singles and now he can cycle through them. So we might want to keep our eye on Victor Hoffer.
Thank you, Kiki. We are underway. Athletes getting to work on that first round of 40 calories on the ski erg. And there have been some changes to this event, the main one being that they do not need to go unbroken now on those lengths down and back on the Killer Cage. If they are off of the Killer Cage, they can jump right back up where they left off, as opposed to having to go back to the beginning and start over.
Yeah, which is an understandable pivot that you've got to make. One of the contingencies that had to be in place due to the weather. I mean, it's wet out there. It's still continually raining. It's not as obvious on camera, but it's certainly coming down out there, and the athletes have to be able to manage their grip through this whole entire event. So it's going to be a challenge even just working through the Killer Cage, let alone now not having to be unbroken.
Garrard on the right side in that black tank top. Going to stay towards the front here on this 40-calorie ski. There is Jason Hopper. He and Tudor Magna right now battling for the top spot on the first portion of this event. Tudor Magna looking to score some points here. He's in 19th place overall. Jason Hopper in 15th place overall. He took a 6th in Texas Heavy on Thursday night, then finished 19th in the last event. We still have a little bit of rain coming down here at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. Weather has been a factor all week.
Yep, when I was a football player, Sean, I used to say, it's football weather. But hey, man, it's just athlete weather out there. You got to be an athlete. You got to adapt to the surroundings. You might have to make some pivots and make some changes in how you approach something like the nuances of this dumbbell. But we're watching athletes like Travis Mayer right there make slight work of it, using a push press action, even transitioning directly overhead. We talked about that potentially being something that sets athletes apart. Will they have to break it up at 5, throw it down, and then make a switch? And we see here in round 1, many of the athletes already making fast work of the 10 reps and making it unbroken to start.
Garrett Clark is still working on his reps as Travis Mayer and Ricky Garrard are on to the Killer Cage. And this does not, again, need to be unbroken. If they fall off, they can jump right back up and continue right where they left off.
Yeah, we're going to see some different techniques come into play here when we talk about this killer cage. Are athletes going to go hand over hand and only one touch each of the rungs, or are they going to double grip it, which means they're going to gather their hands every time that they switch? And certainly the technicalities might change as fatigue continues to progress and build throughout the course of this event. But as of right now, we're watching Magda, we're watching Hopper, we're watching Mayer all go hand over hand, one touching each rung as they advance.
Travis Mayer was the first man to make the turn, but Tudor Magda has made up a ton of ground, and he's going to be the first man off the killer cage, followed by Jason Hopper and Noah Olson. And they will start round 2.
Sean, and one of the keys that we talked about before this event got going as well is that you can't overpace the erg. This being that you're going to spend so much time for 40 calories for these men. They're spending so much time within this event on the erg itself. If you overpace it, which means go too slow, it's actually a place that you can lose significant amount of ground to a bigger, more powerful, and also a touch more courageous athlete if they're willing to lean in to ride their threshold on the other two movements. So it's not that we're watching these athletes just casually pace this ski at all. You see them hinging at the hip violently, closing that shoulder angle by pulling the grips down towards their knees, and then rapidly re-extending their body to go down for the next rep.
Tudor Magda continues to lead here. Now in round 2 of 3, there are 156 total scored repetitions in this event, 52 per round. Jason Hopper making up ground on the ski erg now on Tudor Magda. Noah Olson sits in 3rd. Will Morad, Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson rounding out the top 5. Travis Mayer is only a calorie back. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, he's starting to creep up. Noah Olson making his 4th appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. His best finish was when he took 3rd in 2020.
Yeah, we're not new to seeing Noah do things a little differently than the field. Sometimes he attacks things a little bit more aggressively out the gate. Sometimes he has a little bit more technique differences. But what we're seeing here, just even on the ski, he's got a very fast stroke rate. He's probably pulling with a touch less power, but more repetitions in order to get the acquired calories. Other athletes like Victor Hoffer or even Jason Hopper are actually pulling with more power and fewer strokes.
And Jason Hopper onto the dumbbell for the 2nd time.
Jason using a push jerk where he actually rebends his knees to press under that dumbbell. Clearly he's thought this through and he's going to break it up before he gets to that left arm.
Jason part of that HWPO crew, and Strongman Rob Kearney, a coach there, so probably got a little input from Rob on this. And Hopper is done, and he'll head back to the killer cage for the 2nd time. And you mentioned this showing up in 2011. This is the same length as in 2011, 48 feet in total.
Yeah, again, which is nothing to just ignore. It's not something where athletes are like, that's not a big deal. You know, last year we watched athletes fly through the monkey bar setup that they had, but this is different. This is the killer cage, and it is something that they have to actually consider the volume and the amount of contractions that take place, specifically on the shoulder joint as they traverse all the way from one end to the other.
There is Will Morad, who right now is in 3rd place in this heat behind Noah Olson and Jason Hopper. Tudor Magda just got to the monkey bars.
Will Morad really making that look very effortless as he swings his way down. Hopper pausing a little.
Noah Olson has made the turn, and then he'll head back to the ski erg to start his 3rd and final round. First of 2 heats here for the men. 3rd of 9 events that they will face here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Hopper's off at the same time as Noah Olson, the 2 of them jogging back to the ski erg. And Tudor Magda once again has made up a ton of ground and moved himself into 3rd place ahead of Will Morad, as Magda will be the next man onto the ski erg. Garrett Clark, I believe, is on round 2. I just saw him in the gray shirt. He's at the far end of the field from Jason Hopper. He's still on his 2nd round.
And this is where Hopper's got to trust his conditioning a bit. He knows that he is bigger and stronger physically than someone like Noah. So if he's got to be really careful to seize the opportunity to gain some separation here. Noah's going to have a faster cycle rate to that dumbbell if he has the opportunity to get there, set up, and execute. And he also executed the traverse a touch faster on the killer cage. So if Hopper's aware, he's going to try to burn it down just a little bit more here on this interval of the ski and set himself up for success.
Ricky Garrard is one of the men who came in tied at 165 points on top of the overall standings, and he is toward the back of the pack right now in this heat, just now getting to the ski erg for the third and final time.
Sean, and he was someone that I mentioned before we even took the floor here with this particular event. There are 3 movements taking place that are all taxing the shoulder in some shape or fashion. And we know that Ricky's recovering from shoulder surgery this year. So this is a great place for him to literally test the capacity. What's his recovery look like? How does he handle the shoulder being taxed in many different functions when it comes to movement? We're pulling down with the ski, we're pressing overhead with the dumbbell. Then of course we're hanging, and not only hanging, but doing it one arm at a time as we transition from rung to rung on the killer cage. So I'm sure he's experiencing a little bit of some upper body fatigue as all these guys are dealing with quite the pump in this event.
154 is what they're trying to hit before they get back to the cage. So Hopper's got 10 reps remaining on this dumbbell, 5 on each arm. Noah Olsen is holding off Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson for second place, and Olsen is just about done with his ski.
Hopper was off at 8:22. He did exactly what he needed to do in regards to buying himself time. And now if he wants to win this heat, he's got to think ahead as well. Don't wait for Noah. Know that the other 10 guys that are in the stable are going to be eyeing your time and gunning for it.
Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson in the white shirt in the background now moving to the dumbbell with Noah Olsen as Hopper takes off for his third and final trip down and back on the killer cage. Tudor Magda is onto the dumbbell, and we'll keep an eye on him when he gets to the killer cage because he has been extremely fast on that apparatus, as now Noah Olsen's taken off to join Hopper.
And Noah made a vet move. He did not put the dumbbell down between arms on that one, which allowed him to pull away from Tudor and BKG just a touch.
Magda trying to lock out these final reps on that 100-pound dumbbell as Hopper has made the turn and working his way back, looking to set the time to beat with 1 heat remaining. Taking a quick break and hopping back up. Noah Olsen is set to work his way back down, and now Tudor Magda in lane 2 is heading down. Jason Hopper is done, and Jason Hopper is going to take heat 1 of the Circus. Olsen got a no rep. He did not touch the final bar. He had to go back, and now he will sprint across the finish line. So Jason Hopper in at 10:03.10 seconds. Olsen's going to take second place in the heat. Magda has made the turn on his way back, trying to catch Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, but Gudmundsson is not going to let that happen, so BKG gets in. A 15-minute time cap here, so plenty of time left as Gudmundsson is in at 10:31.89 seconds. Here comes Magda to lock up 4th place in the heat. Now Will Morad looking to be the next man to finish. Morad is off. He's going to be in a foot race with Bailey Martin in lane 5. Martin catching up, and that's going to be close as Martin hydroplanes his way across the finish. And it is going to be Bailey Martin by 3/100ths of a second, sliding into home, and it pays off for him as Travis Mayer is in. Here comes Victor Hoffer across the finish line as well. And now Ricky Garrard is still out there along with Garrett Clark. So Garrard, who came in tied for the overall lead, is going to surrender some points here in event 3, and he is in. That leaves Garrett Clark as the last man out on the field, and Clark is on the cage for the second time. And he has now 3 minutes to finish this workout. Noah Olsen, as he often does, is headed back out to the field to try to get Garrett Clark through this killer cage portion of the event.
Yep, Noah being Noah. Encouraging everybody left behind, trying to pull them along, get the fans involved.
But Clark looking to finish. He's got about 2.5 minutes to do so.
And Garrett almost experiencing a little bit of what it's like just to be new to this stage, right? A lot of these guys are veterans at newness. The adaptability that they've developed through the years of not knowing what something feels like, never touching an apparatus before, and then just winging it and still having great levels of success. It's a learned habit, it's a learned skill. One, not only to adapt to it, but two, to have confidence in yourself to be able to do that. It's certainly something that we're watching some of these young fellas go through out there on the field right now, and it's going to pay off down the road. This is a exponentially valuable learning experience for an athlete like Garrett Clark, even as we watch him struggle here and learn as he goes.
Clark, one of the men who qualified through the Q, making his first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. Comes from a pretty athletic family. Both of his parents and his sister collegiate athletes.
Yeah, and at this point, his grip is just shot. He's doing his best to even be able to link together multiple reps. We notice that he's doing the double touch to each rig, and that's just due to the time under tension there. He doesn't have confidence to go arm for arm and allow himself to go to the next rung.
Clark trying to just get back to the ski erg and as many calories as he possibly can before that 15-minute time cap hits. He's about 2/3 of the way there.
And here's the tough part. You know, I watch him do some of these reps, and I'm thinking, like, well, maybe if he just strips down from the grips that he's using, right? Allow his body to be actually against the killer cage itself and reduce the diameter of his grip. But also, I've watched several athletes already finish this event with some bloody hands. So even though it could be costing him time, and at this point, he's likely not going to be losing a terrible amount of points unless we see someone else struggle in the next heat, at least he's going to be finishing with all of his skin intact and ready to attack what's to come.
It does look like he has maybe torn that left hand a little bit. The final seconds for Garrett Clark. He's going to fight to the finish here. And that will do it for heat number 1. So Jason Hopper at 10:03.10 seconds is your heat winner. Hopper coming into this event in 15th place overall. Looking to pocket some valuable points as he heads into Saturday.
Yeah, and Hopper did a great job at seizing the moment. And what I mean by that is on this ski, we knew that it was a place where the athletes were going to spend a lot of time. He was able to create some distance between himself and a close competitor, Noah Olson, that was following right on his heels. He was smooth the entire 3 rounds with that shoulder overhead, choosing to utilize the push jerk. And even though he chose to drop that Circus dumbbell each and every time to transition, it allowed him some reprieve to be smooth as he needed to be onto the killer cage and on through the finish. He seized the moment when he needed to, and it paid off. And then Noah was really close to nipping at his heels, and all of a sudden, attention to detail, attention to detail. It's that final rung. You had to make contact with it, touch it, and then you could sprint through the finish. And that could cost Noah a place or two when we watch the next heat enter the competition floor.
Definitely cost Noah Olson some time as Jason Hopper gets the win. Olson's still going to finish second in that heat. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson is third. Tudor Magda did some great work on the killer cage, and then Bailey Martin and Will Morad. Look how tight that was, just 3/100ths of a second separating the two of them as we get set for the second and final heat for the men as they close out their second day of competition here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Overall standings once again coming into this event. 3-way tie at 165 points. Adler and Gerard tied for first because they both have the same event finishes. Chandler Smith currently sits in 3rd place, followed by Krennikov and Pat Vellner. Here are the men who will be on the field for this second heat. Jeff Adler, one of your overall leaders, will be in lane number 5. Chandler Smith will be right next to him, so we will pay attention to that race as the two of them look to break that tie atop the overall standings.
Hey, someone I got my eye out on this for this particular event is Brent Fikowski. I think that, one, his size and his frame lend itself advantageous to an erg like the ski erg. Two, he's known as the professor in this community, folks. That means he digests and dissects workouts very differently psychologically and has a unique ability to apply that to the competition floor. Maybe he'll show us something we haven't seen yet with the killer cage or that dumbbell. I can't wait to see how he performs here.
Brent Fikowski, 9th place overall with 115 points. Took 4th in Texas Heavy, then followed that up with a 15th place finish earlier today in Seat at the Bar. And we are underway with those first 40 calories. Jason Hopper, he has the time to beat at 10:03.10 seconds.
Already we see some athletes pulling with some ferocity, hinging at the hip. Folks, if you're watching at home and you've never done a ski erg, it's a pretty solid clinic we're watching here. Athletes stay rooted through their heels. They stand quickly, close the hip by flexing through the trunk. You're gonna feel it in your abdominals almost as much as you're feeling it in your lats when you pull down on this erg if you're doing it appropriately. And you really wanna think about using force and power through your hips so that you can save your appendages, especially for an event like this with the work that's awaiting these guys on the other side, the dumbbell and of course the killer cage.
Yellahosta down in lane number 1 right now is your leader through 22 of those 40 calories. Roman Krenikov keeping pace with him. Dallin Pepper and Fikowski along with Lazar Jukic up there as well. The 10 calories remain for both Hosta and Krenikov. Roman Krenikov, 4th place overall. Opened the competition in 3rd place in Texas Heavy. He took 10th. Seat at the bar. He is going to be the first man to the dumbbell, followed closely by Yellahosta.
Yeah, but there's not many athletes that move an erg like either of those two. Yella and Roman both having high capacity and output on almost any erg we've seen them on. Bike, ski erg, rower.
Dallin Pepper, Brent Fikowski, Lazar Jukic, and Jeff Adler all onto the dumbbell, as is Chandler Smith. And now Pat Vellner there as well, as Krenikov is off for his first trip down and back on the killer cage. 48 feet in length, same length that we saw in 2011 when this piece of equipment made its debut. Now Fikowski is done. Pepper is done. Hosta's onto the killer cage. And Lazar Jukic. Here comes Vellner and Jeff Adler. Jake Crouch is going to be the last man to start his first trip.
And it seems right now all athletes have the similar method to transitioning from rung to rung here on the killer cage, right? Hand over hand, they're one touching the rig. No one's doubling up as of right now.
Krenikov is done first, and he will start round 2. Back to the erg for 40 more calories. 4th place overall with 145 points, so only 20 points back of the leaders, as now Fikowski and Vellner are back. So Fikowski has made up some ground along with Pat Vellner. They are on to the erg, and here comes Yellahosta, Dallin Pepper, and Jeff Adler. Chandler Smith getting back to the erg as well, and Lazar Jukic making his way back to the ski erg. And Jay Crouch in lane 2, joining the rest of the athletes here in round number 2. 52 reps per round, 156 reps total. 104 rep mark, they will be done with round number 2.
And I'll tell you what makes it hard to catch Roman is, again, I've mentioned this before, but we're spending a significant amount of time on this erg. And he had already about 11 or 12 second buffer on Brent even as he got on to his ski erg platform. So it's one of those things that he's going to be very difficult to close ground on right now. You're going to have to find ways. It could be the dumbbell. It could be the transition to the killer cage. And of course, maybe it's the technique that Brent's going to be using here into round 2. We don't know, but the athletes have to be thinking that way because Krenikov is certainly someone hard to make up ground on the ski erg.
Brent Fikowski right now in 3rd place in the heat. Pat Vellner sits in 5th place in the heat. Vellner coming in 5th place overall. Started off with a 13th in Texas Heavy, and then a 2nd in the Circus. Brent Fikowski on the right side of your screen, his first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. Roman Krenikov back to the dumbbell for a second time, and he's having no problem with that 100-pound sear bell.
Smooth transition there. Almost treated it like a kettlebell swing to get it from one shoulder to the other. I like that method. It keeps you urgent, but it also reduces the margin for error trying to transition overhead.
There is Kieliszkowski, who's racking that thing more like a traditional strongman would, as Roman Krenikov is onto the cage for the second time. Brent Fikowski on the bottom of your screen, no shirt. He is in third place right now in the heat. Dallin Pepper, though, mauled his way through that dumbbell. He now sits in second, and here comes Fikowski, followed closely by Vellner and Hosta. Krenikov is going to make the turn, and when he got back for round number 2, he was slightly ahead of Jason Hopper's pace. Hopper with the time to beat at 10 minutes, 3.10 seconds.
And the beauty to the setup of this event is that Roman bought himself time on the ski. He was able to play the field and turn and face his opponents there with the dumbbell, and the same with the transition on the killer cage. He took a moment, gathered himself, got his grip together, and then made his way back, and now he is fully in control, being able to see the clock. He knows the time to beat and also be able to see the pack of the competitors that are right there behind him.
Here comes Brent Fikowski, who has moved ahead of Dallin Pepper for second place. So Fikowski is making a steady charge towards the front. Pat Vellner is off, and Vellner will be the third man to the erg. And Jeff Adler will be fourth. Now, Roman Krenikov came into this event only 20 points back of Jeff Adler. There are 5 points difference between each spot in the overall placements. If you finish first, you get 100, second gets 95, third gets 90, and so on. So Roman Krenikov has a very good chance of erasing that deficit here.
Yeah, it really does. It's very much, we're so early in the course of this week that it's very much anyone's game. These athletes really have to be focused on one event at a time, capitalizing on getting as many points as available as possible. So I know that he'd love to see his name start to approach there towards the top of the leaderboard, but also I'm sure Roman's response would be, we got a lot of work to do.
Lazar Jukic is now back to the erg for the final time on the right side of your screen. Roman Krenikov continues to lead. Brent Fikowski and Pat Vellner right behind him, and now Jeff Adler in fourth place in the heat. Krenikov in his final few calories here. He'll go back to the dumbbell for the third and final time. Krenikov is done. 5 reps per arm here on that 100-pound dumbbell, and that is not going to be a problem for Roman Krenikov.
Let's see if he keeps it up. Yep, same swing technique to transition.
Brent Fikowski, meanwhile, is just about done with his third and final ski erg, but he's not even going to get to the dumbbell before Krenikov is done. So Fikowski will start his 10 reps as Krenikov is working his way back to the killer cage. Here comes Pat Vellner.
And now it's really Roman versus the clock. That awareness to the heat previous, which of course hopefully as a competitor is something that he had, and it'll be him versus that time to beat, which is of course 10:03 set by Jason Hopper in the previous heat.
Final couple of reps for Brent Fikowski. He is done. He's been really efficient on this part as Roman Krenikov is taking a break at the other end of the killer cage, and now he's working his way back. He has plenty of time to win this event.
And he's been very consistent, even with his remaining fluid on the killer cage. A lot of athletes at this point in the event had to stop or pause midway. Not Roman.
Krenikov is off, and Krenikov is on his way towards an event win here to close out day 2 of the 2023 Rogue Invitational. He can absolutely stroll his way to the finish because he just demolished Jason Hopper's time.
9:18.80 seconds. And now we will see what Adler and Smith do. As here comes Brent Fikowski. Fikowski is in, and that makes Hopper's time the third best that we have seen. So 90 points still up for grabs here as Pat Vellner is looking to lock up those. Vellner is in. Another strong finish for Pat Vellner.
Yeah, great performances by all three of these athletes. Very steady, very methodical. They did exactly what they knew they needed to.
Roman Krenikov has a chance to be your overall leader at the end of day one because both Jeff Adler and Chandler Smith are still on the killer cage. Now, Noah Olson had the next best time at 10:14. We've passed that. And here comes Yelahosa. That's going to help Roman Krenikov as well. Dallin Pepper is trying to be the next man across. Jeff Adler, Pepper, and here comes Chandler Smith in a foot race. And this one's going to be close. It looks like Adler may have gotten there, Pepper, and then Chandler Smith. And that is exactly what happened. 0.4 of a second separating the three of those men.
What a race. What urgency. We talk about trying to die for points, and they are willing to there.
Jay Crouch is in. Lazar Jukic will be the last man to finish, and he just closed out his third and final trip up and down the killer cage. And that'll do it for event 3 for the men, the Circus. And it's Roman Krenikov who gets the 100 points and could be your overall leader heading into day number 3.
Kill him with consistency, right? Like, that's the goal. It's great to get victories when you can, but it's all about showing up on the ones that you might not win and then seizing the moment on those when you have the opportunity. Roman did just that in this event.
Second career event win for Roman Krenikov.
And Roman really seized the moment right out of the gate on this particular event. We talked about how important it was on the ski erg, what you needed to do there. You needed to be aggressive if you knew that you could. You got to create separation between you and your fellow competitors. And I've got to say, I'm very surprised at how easy these athletes made it look on the Circus dumbbell throughout this entire test, and Roman was another one of those. He chose to go unbroken, a smooth transition between his legs to minimize the risk of transitioning overhead, and he had some smooth repetitions that were almost a hybrid between a push press and a push jerk there, and he made slight work of the killer cage by being steady and one-touching every one of these rungs from beginning to end, round 1 to round 3, and then, of course, the victory stroll across the platform. He said, calm down. I'm here for a long time. I'm not done yet. I'm just getting started.
Roman Krenikov, second career event win, and he is with Kiki Dixon.
Congratulations on your event win. We had a little weather come through while you were out here. How did that affect things?
Ну, в принципе, немного начало смущать, что дождь идет, да, что будет не совсем стандартно для соревнований по кроссфиту. Ну, в принципе, когда первый заход начал, я такой уже подумал, ну все, погнали. Все в одинаковых условиях.
It was similar conditions for everybody. In the beginning, it was very hard to think that they're gonna work out during the rain. But then when everything started and everybody started going, it was fine.
This event with 3 different stations, which was the most difficult and why?
Ну, рукоход манки-бар, соответственно. Ну, а на первых 2 я отдыхал.
The killer cage was the hardest. The first 2 he was resting at.
After this event win, you may currently sit first overall. If that's the case, what are you going to do tomorrow to keep it that way?
Приду домой, помоюсь, хорошо поем, позвоню жене, сыну, поговорю с семьей. буду хорошо спать и завтра вернусь еще с большей энергией.
He's gonna go home, take a shower, eat, call his wife, talk to her, talk to his son. Then he's gonna sleep, and then he's gonna come back with more energy than he had today.
All right, we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. Thanks, Roman, and congrats.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Roman Krenikov, his second career event win at the Rogue Invitational, and maybe grabbing a hold of that top spot in the overall standings. 9:18.80 seconds. Jason Hopper's top time from Heat 1 is good enough for 4th place. Noah Olson rounding out the top 5 as Jeff Adler finishes in 9th. The circus is done for the men, and it's Roman Krenikov who is the featured act. Women coming up next at Event 3. Stay with us, everybody, as our coverage continues of the 2023 Rogue Invitational at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Second day of competition for the CrossFit athletes comes to a close here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational from Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon is down on the field as we are set for Event 3, the Circus, presented by Concept 2. And the women in the first of 2 heats are set to take the field. Your overall standings coming in, and we also, for the women, have a tie atop the leaderboard as Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath both have 180 points, but it's Toomey with the tiebreak courtesy of her event win on Thursday night in Texas Heavy. Emma Lawson currently sits in third by just 15 points. And it's Gabby Magawa, followed by Alex Kazan. Just 35 points separate Kazan from Toomey for that top spot. Event number 3, 3 movements, and the killer cage is back.
The killer cage is back all the way from 2011. If athletes have been following along closely, but the Circus itself is 3 rounds of 32 calories on the ski erg, 5 single-arm strongman dumbbell, shoulder to overhead. They're going to do 5 on their right, then 5 on their left. This thing is 70 pounds. It didn't create a huge obstacle for the men, so I'm interested to see how this limits the women's side. And then, of course, they're going to execute a killer cage, which they've got to complete down and back to finish each round.
Lane assignments for this first of 2 heats for the women. Karin Freyova will be in lane number 6, and she's an athlete who really needs to start scoring some points here. She is 19th place overall coming into this event.
Yeah, she is a 19th place, and I like her work capacity and how it plays out for this event. I know that she's a strong athlete. She is someone who can have high horsepower or power output on an erg like the ski erg. We talked about how much time the athletes will be asked to spend there in order to get those 32 calories. It's a place where she could create separation or make up ground on athletes that can move a little quicker than her through the killer cage.
Showed you the lane assignments for Heat 2, but here in Heat 1 you have Kyra Milligan, Lauren Fisher, Manon Enganez, Shelby Neal, Bethany Flores, just mentioned Karin Freyova, Paige Semenza, Danny Spiegel, Elena Caratala, and Christine Kohlenbrander. With a reset because the start buzzer failed to sound. Just a quick delay while we get that system on track.
The old get set, just kidding.
Now it looks like we are just about ready to get this thing kicked off. Karin Freyova at the top of your screen in the all gray. There's Christine Kohlenbrander. Bethany Flores. Danny Spiegel trying to keep the crowd entertained a little bit as we work our way through this brief delay. Let's talk about keys.
Yeah, man, we got a few things that we can focus on here. I think fate favors the fearless, and I'll tell you, we saw it on the men's side. It's equally important for the women that on the ski erg, they lean into riding their threshold and not just holding back, as this is a common place that we perceive as a timekeeper, and then adapt on the fly. These are new implements for many of these women. They've never touched a dumbbell like this, and they've perhaps never done the killer cage. How willing are they to lean into learning as they go and attack it with confidence will dictate who, of course, wins this particular event, how it shakes out through the rest of the 10.
Now we are underway. First of 2 heats for the women. They will start with 32 calories on the ski erg, 52 reps per round for them.
We talked about how the men have attacked this ski erg with different styles. Some like to pull with more power, less frequency in their stroke rate, and others choose to increase their stroke rate, which means pull for more reps and just a touch less power.
Danny Spiegel, another athlete who's got to start amassing some points here. She has just 50 points. She's tied with Karin Freyova for 19th place overall. Took 18th in Texas Heavy, then 14th earlier today. We will watch for judges' hands to go in the air, as that will signify when their respective athlete is just about done with her 32 calories. After this, they'll move to that sear bell, 70 pounds, and do 5 reps with each arm. Bethany Flores, 15th place overall, with 75 points after the first 2 events.
Bethany has an interesting technique there with the ski erg where she actually hinges at the hip and pulls with the arms at the exact same time. Where typically what we want to see is that the hips start to close, then shortly after, the arms start to engage in that pull on the straps to make sure that we're using the larger musculature first, and then the smaller, faster contraction to happen through the arms and the upper body.
Well, Danny Spiegel is going to be the second woman off of the erg, as Bethany Flores in lane 5 was first. Now Karine Freyova there in the gray, getting a hold of the dumbbell. Down in lane 3, that's Manon Anganese. So take a look at Bethany Flores, who took dead last in the last event because she didn't do any of the back squats. Been dealing with a bit of a back issue and just decided it wasn't worth it to push through that event, as now Danny Spiegel is going to be the first woman to the killer cage. Christine Kohlenbrander now is done, along with Bethany Flores.
You wonder how much the women, of course, are utilizing the same killer cage as the men. So the distance is the same. Does this affect them a little differently because they have typically a shorter wingspan? But it looks like Spiegel is also there to do single touches on each rung, and she looks smooth.
Spiegel's going to take a break and chalk up before she will head back to start round number 2.
We see Kohlenbrander double grabbing every rung as she goes. We see Shadburn doing the same thing. So certainly a bit more disparity here already for the women than we saw for the men.
Flores is through, and Christine Kohlenbrander down in lane 10 is just about done as well. Spiegel heading back to close out round 1.
The thing athletes have to consider too is that one might be faster than the other, and you could perhaps go hand over hand like Danny is. But is she building more fatigue in her grip or in her arms, or potentially putting her hands at risk for tearing more than the women who are choosing to double tap each row?
Spiegel's done, and now her second set of 32 calories on the erg. Bethany Flores is looking to be the next woman to finish up round number 1. She's off the cage and working her way back to the erg. Paige Semenza in lane 7. She and Karine Freyova are fighting for 3rd place in this heat. Freyova is off first. She's on the right side of your screen. Semenza now is done as well. And in lane 2, Lauren Fisher, left side of your screen, heading back to the erg.
And we saw Shadburn be the first one off the erg in round 1. So the question remains is, can she make up ground on the other competitors that, of course, were leading her here? Spiegel being the primary focus, who had a pretty substantial lead getting back to the erg on round 2.
A little more than 4.5 minutes has gone by here. Kyra Milligan and Shelby Neal are done with their first rounds. A 15-minute time cap. We are a third of the way through that allotted time. Elena Caratala is now back. Every athlete on to round number 2. Danny Spiegel in her final 4 calories here in round 2.
For everyone watching, the stimulus here is pretty potent. All 3 of these movements, again, having influence on the shoulder girdle, where we're hinging and pulling on that ski erg to pull those handles down. Then, of course, we're stabilizing the weight of 70 pounds overhead. Spiegel making very light work of that 70 pounds of Circus dumbbell. No problem at all for her. She has a similar transition that we saw from Roman between the legs.
Bethany Flores still sits in second place, and Danny Spiegel just got hit with a no rep. Right back to work, and she is done. Danny Spiegel maintaining her lead here in round number 2. Karine Freyova is now the 3rd woman to the dumbbell in round 2, as Flores finishes up and heads back to the killer cage.
And both of these women taking a little bit more time to make their way back to the killer cage. As you see, Flores pick up her pace just a little bit to close the gap on the Spiegel.
Spiegel once again looking smooth on her trip down the field on that killer cage. And she is through that first 48-foot length. Flores is on the cage as well.
Yeah, and you'll notice a difference there, right? Like she's gathering her hand every time, which essentially really increases time under tension on that grip. It's a bit of a safer technique, but it's certainly slower compared to what Spiegel is doing. And I think Danny can probably have that in the back of her mind even as she rests and waits before she heads back. An opportunity to create more separation is always going to be there as she starts her traverse back to start round 3.
Danny Spiegel almost done with round number 2 is Karin Freyova on the right side of your screen, just passed out of view. She just started her second lap on the killer cage. Spiegel working her way back to the erg. 32 final calories here for her. Having some technical difficulties with our scoring system, but we will have those scores for you later as they come in. 7 minutes, 45 seconds gone by here. 15-minute time cap. First of 2 heats for the women. Danny Spiegel making her 3rd appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. Her best finish was when she took 8th back in 2019. Comes in 19th place overall after 2 events. Now Bethany Flores onto the skier for the final time.
Bethany going to need to seize the moment and try to close the gap a little bit. On this ski erg, due to the way she's choosing to traverse that killer cage, we know that Danny has pulled away from her there each round so far.
Spiegel continuing to crank through calories. Karin Freyova now sits solidly in 3rd place. At the end of round number 1, she was neck and neck with Paige Semenza. Spiegel, Flores, and Freyova, your top 3 here in this opening heat. We approach the 9-minute mark, 6 minutes to go now before we hit the time cap.
I really love the urgency we're seeing here from Bethany. It's just repeatability. She knows what works for her in regards to the way that she pulls on the ski erg, and she spends no time with the handles behind her knees. Notice right when she breaks there and hinges back, she's already up and getting tall for the next pull.
Spiegel's done. 10 reps here on that 70-pound sear bell. Almost 32 kilos. Danny Spiegel, this is just not a problem for her whatsoever.
It's not even a thing, right? Like we watch her pick that thing up and just sling it overhead like it's nothing. She did an extra rep on the last round, didn't even hesitate to do it. Here, you didn't like what I showed you, here's another one.
Lauren Fisher in the background working her way back to the skier. And Spiegel has one more lap on the killer cage. Bethany Flores just about done with her 10 reps. Karin Freyova trying to finish up her final 32-calorie ski. Christine Kohlenbrander is also on the erg for the final time. Paige Semenza. You look at Danny Spiegel. Semenza's onto the final 32 calories, and Spiegel once again having no trouble with the killer cage. 10 minutes have gone by here. As Bethany Flores is onto the cage for the last time. Flores continuing with that technique that we saw earlier, as is Danny Spiegel. Spiegel has yet to drop down in the middle of the length here and looking to go unbroken again and set the top time.
Yeah, and really, this is the first hesitation we even saw from her at all, even that slowing just a touch.
And Spiegel is in. And Spiegel will win heat number 1, just around 10:56 unofficial.
And that's got to feel good for Danny to build some momentum. Not starting probably the way that she wanted to for the weekend, but you got to take the points where they're available.
Bethany Flores is on her way back. Flores, 15th place overall after 2 events. Because of the rain, this is allowed. They can drop down while they are in the middle of a length and then hop right back up and continue where they left off. Originally, each length was going to be required to be done unbroken.
Yeah, this is proving to be still an amazing test of capacity for these athletes.
Bethany Flores is done, and she will get across the finish in about 12 minutes, 6 seconds. That's unofficial.
This might even lead to a nice precursor to, hey, let's bring back the Killer Cage and let's see him do it unbroken next year.
There's Karin Freyova. Currently sits in 3rd place in this heat. 2 minutes to go. There's now time being kept on the field.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about it, Sean, but accumulating the fatigue that they have already with these log muscle-ups, their grip is smoked. I know that all these athletes consider themselves professionals and they train for hours on end each day, but due to the combination of the slick surfaces, the heat of competition, the heat of Texas, the combination of all these things certainly leads to even more and more of a challenge than I'm sure a lot of these viewers might perceive of just going across some simple monkey bars.
Karin Freyova trying to get inside that time cap. We'll let you know when that hits. All the digital clocks on the field right now are out. Less than 1 minute to go. Colin Brander looking to get to the end of her first length. You'll get credited for 1 rep with every length. There's Karin Freyova, who's trying to get through this last trip down the Killer Cage. She's got less than 30 seconds to do it.
And Sean, this is where you've got to adapt, right? Like immediately she should go to double touching each rig where she has more of an opportunity to hold her body weight with both hands. Instead, she could just go one at a time. She's going to accumulate reps at least this way.
The Circus. 3, 2.
Final seconds, and that will be the time cap. So only 2 women finish that event inside the 15-minute time cap. Danny Spiegel unofficially with the top time at 10:56. Bethany Flores comes in after her at 12:06. Spiegel looking to start working her way up the overall standings. 19th place coming in. Her best finish so far is 14th. Looking to improve on that here, courtesy of that performance in the Circus.
Yeah, and regardless of how this plays out, I'll tell you, the momentum that you build after a heat victory, boy, that's a good feeling. And Spiegel really set the tone early, dominating the ski erg with consistency. And then, of course, when she got her turn at that dumbbell, it almost looked like it was too easy for Danny. Smooth transitions all the way, shoulder to overhead. She chose to utilize, again, a bit of a hybrid press, which is kind of a combo between the push press and the push erg, where she's rebending her knees, but not very much. And then she made smooth work from round 1 all the way through round 3 of the Killer Cage, choosing to one-touch all of the rungs. We saw a slight hesitation there towards the latter part of her triscend there in round 3. But other than that, it looked like an easy day for Dani Spiegel. Heat win for her. That's a good feeling.
10:56 unofficially for Dani Spiegel with one heat remaining. We will be back for the final heat of the day for the CrossFit athletes as the women wrap up the circus. Final heat for the women in event number 3 of the CrossFit competition. It is the Circus, presented by Concept 2. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon is down on the field. Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath tied with 180 points, but it's Toomey, courtesy of her event win in Texas Heavy, who occupies the top spot in the overall standings. Emma Lawson and Gabby Magawa sit in 3rd and 4th, separated by just 5 points. And it's Alex Gazan right now in 5th. She is just 35 points out of first place. It is tight in spots 1 through 5. 10 women will be on the field for this second and final heat, and they are all trying to track down Dani Spiegel. Spiegel has the top time from heat number 1 unofficially at 10:56. Final heat is underway. 32 calories to start here on the erg. After that, it's 10 reps on that 70-pound sear bell, and then 1 lap on the killer cage.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Sean, one athlete I got my eyes on, which why would you not have your eyes on this athlete? She is the defending fittest woman on earth and the defending Rogue Invitational champ, but it's Laura Horvath. She has got a unique ability to hang and do it well, and what I mean by that is her history and her enjoyment for rock climbing has really developed a stamina and a strength on things such as the killer cage, on things such as, like we saw earlier, the log muscle up. So I think this is an event that she could have some great success in, coupled with all the time that these athletes will spend on the ski erg, and of course, the shoulder to overhead with the Circus dumbbell.
Laura Horvath there on the all black, moving towards the right side of your screen, who is now in the lead, along with Emma Carey and Ariel Lowen. 32 calories to complete here.
We talked about fate favoring the fearless here is one of the keys where these athletes are on the ski erg. They've got to be willing to lean into a bit of discomfort here. They can't settle back or throttle back in hopes that this is merely a timekeeper. They've got to advance forward. And of course, they've got to adapt on the fly. They've got to be able to adjust to how this dumbbell feels, the size of it, how to cycle it appropriately, and the same with the killer cage.
Horvath is off first and onto the dumbbell for her 10 reps. Down in lane 3, Emma Carey is second. Now just about everybody else moving to the dumbbell at the same time. Horvath is done.
And you like the aggression that she turned to run to the killer cage again to create any separation that she could when she could. We see her one touching all the rungs as she starts.
Emma Carey is off, as is Emma Lawson. Now Paige Powers, Alex Gazan, Ariel Lowen, and Tia Toomey getting to the cage, followed by Emily Rolfe and Danielle Brandon will be the last woman to start her first lap here on this 48-foot piece of equipment as Laura Horvath is working her way back. 52 reps. 44 reps, pardon me, per round. 132 reps total. Now Horvath is done, and she will begin round number 2. Second place overall because of the tie break with Tia Toomey. Horvath has a 4th and a 2nd so far at the Rogue Invitational.
She's created quite the buffer right out of the gate on round 1 only as she made it to the ski erg right there at 3:02. So she's looking at probably more than a 20-second gap already that she's established between herself and the rest of the field.
Rain starting up again here at Dell Diamond Stadium. That is certainly going to affect their grip on the killer cage. There's Paige Powers heading back for her second round. Horvath continues to lead here. Ariel Lowen on the right and Emma Lawson on the left. Trying to cut into Horvath's lead here. Time to beat 10:56. That's unofficial from Danny Spiegel. Danny Spiegel needing a solid result here to move her way up the overall standings as Tia Toomey is now just getting back to the skier. Toomey in 7th place in this heat currently. Laura Horvath continuing to work her way through these 32 calories. The 76 rep mark is when Horvath will move back to the dumbbell. You can see the rain starting to come down again here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Avoided it for most of the day, and then Mother Nature decided that we had had a smooth enough time and we needed to make some adjustments.
That's right, until it was time to play. Laura making her way to that Circus dumbbell at about 4:47 here as we see. We'll see what the gap is like that she's created now, even coming off the ski erg. But one thing that I appreciate about this weather is it forces even a leader like Laura to have urgency. You just never know how slick or how difficult that killer cage is going to be as you reapproach it due to the change in the surface from the extra rain. So it's certainly forcing these athletes to be urgent and stay focused throughout these evening events.
Laura Horvath is done and onto the killer cage for the second time. Emma Carey is now just getting to the dumbbell as Carey is in 2nd place behind Horvath. Emma Lawson in the blue shorts now hoisting up that dumbbell. Here comes Paige Powers at the far end of the field. And Ariel Lowen walking her way to the dumbbell. There is Emma Carey, who's in 9th place overall right now. 13th place in Texas Heavy to start the competition, then took 7th earlier today and seated the bar.
We know one thing about Emma Carey from years past and her opportunity to be in front of the media is that she loves to suffer. She likes to grind. She loves the grind of this sport. That's what drew her in as a youngster, of course, pulled into the methodology from her family. But she excels at things like the ski erg or any single modality test due to her willingness to lean into that discomfort.
Horvath heading back to close out round number 2. Now she is done. Tia Toomey now getting back to the cage, and Horvath is going to start her third and final round on the ski erg, and she is just blitzing through this event. Tia Toomey, who came in tied in points with Laura Horvath, but had the tie break and sat atop the overall leaderboard. Looking like she's going to get supplanted in that spot by the woman you're looking at now. Laura Horvath is way ahead of Danny Spiegel's lead pace that Spiegel used to set that top time at 10:56.
And we saw a little bit of this from Laura last year, Sean, as we watched her rip off 4 event wins in a row. We know that she's a type of athlete psychologically and emotionally that feeds off of momentum. So she looks side to side and notices she's the only one skiing on the ski erg. That only makes her more tenacious.
As Emma Lawson, and smart move by her, has that towel draped in her shirt. There are towels all over the competition field for the athletes to use. Ariel Lone has now moved into second place. Now Emma Carey sprinting her way back to the erg. And Tia Toomey is now moving back. So Toomey has moved from 7th to 4th in this heat.
And looking like she's actually skiing with a bit more urgency. Reaching her arms overhead a little bit quicker than she was on the previous round. Now she may be a bit more familiar with the killer cage and how it's going to feel on her grip. She's allowing herself to take a bit more of a chance on the erg to finish up this event.
Tia Toomey, who has won the Rogue Invitational every time she has competed in it. And in now 23 events, she's won 11. This is the 24th event in which she's competed. Danny Spiegel's top time has been updated. That's the official time. So 11:33.55 seconds is the official time for Danny Spiegel.
And it looks like it's not going to end up being close between her and Laura, as Laura just makes that dumbbell look like it's hardly anything, almost push pressing it directly overhead every rep.
There's Tia Toomey, who's now moved up into 3rd place in this heat, as Laura Horvath is done with that sear bell, and she'll head back to the killer cage for the 3rd and final time. And since we had to push action back here, the 3rd Strongman event, the log medley, that has been postponed until tomorrow. This will be the final event of the day here at the Rogue Invitational, as Laura Horvath is working her way through her final lap. There's Emma Carey, still in 2nd place in the heat. And Tia Toomey moving to the 70-pound sear bell.
And Emma's got to know and be aware that Tia is very aware of every opportunity to close the gap and, of course, earn more points. So to feel her that close, she's going to be doing all she can to close the gap and run Emma down, including that smooth transition that she just made from shoulder to shoulder overhead when she saw Emma put the dumbbell down.
Laura Horvath taking a quick break. Ariel Lone is also on to her final set of dumbbell presses. Now Emma Lawson getting there as well, as Horvath chalking up the hands. You can see Emma Carey in the background on her final lap. Here comes Tia Toomey. That time to beat in the upper right-hand part of your screen is not going to last much longer, because Laura Horvath is just about done with this final length. She's going to bring the riser up to help her get back onto the bar. Laura Horvath is done, and Laura Horvath is going to pick up the event win, as she will rack up 100 points and looks to sit atop the overall standings all by herself after day 2. 10:48.15 seconds. Now here comes Tia Toomey, who has passed Emma Carey. Toomey has moved into 2nd place in the heat and has a chance to get 2nd place in the event. And Toomey is done, and what a charge from Tia Toomey, who will take 2nd place in the circus and only surrender 5 points to Laura Horvath. Danny Spiegel, the good news for her is that she'll pick up 90 points with a 3rd place finish. That will move her way up the standings.
Wow. What execution there. I mean, we talked about her coming back to the ski erg, Sean, around 7th place to finish up round 1, then 3rd place round 2, and then, of course, now she finishes 2nd.
And now Emma Carey will be the 3rd woman in this heat across the finish line. That could be 4th now in the event, as Ariel Lowen is just about done. We only had 2 women finish this test in its entirety in heat number 1. Ariel Lowen is across.
I got to say, Sean, Ariel was one of the athletes that showed a little bit of concern about this dumbbell, the Circus dumbbell. She was like, I don't know how I'm going to respond, you know, one side versus the other, if I'll have a dominant side that won't go well, if the dumbbell will be too big for my smaller stature. She absolutely crushed that event, so showed a little bit of concern as we watch Paige Powers take a bit of a slip.
And you can see why changing the standard was the smart move here, because it's just too slippery on those bars sometimes to get a good purchase. Originally, you were going to have to do those unbroken down, unbroken back. If you came off, you were going to have to start all the way back at the beginning of the length. Powers is done. 3 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Paige Powers came in 17th place overall. This should help her move up the standings a little bit. Now Emma Lawson looking to be the next woman across the finish line. She's on her final length here on the killer cage.
And it surprises me a little bit with Emma struggling, it seems like, with her grip. Being fatigued, no wonder she's having some hand issues like some of the other athletes are.
Now Lawson is done. She will make it in with plenty of time to spare, and she's taking a look at those hands. And
oh gosh, yeah, for sure.
Gutsy performance from Emma Lawson to work her way through that.
Yeah, that's tough. We've been there, most of us. Too many pull-ups in a workout, bad hand position. Got to take care of those hands. It's a huge priority. We use them for so much, and you don't realize it until you're suffering from something like that.
Now Alex Kazan is in danger of getting time capped. Danielle Brandon on her final lap. Danielle Brandon, 12th place overall coming into this event, and Alex Kazan is coming off an event win. She's passing Brandon there in the background on her way down on the first part of this final lap. Kazan looking to hit the time cap here. Danielle Brandon is getting close. She's got 15 seconds to finish up here and get herself across the finish line before the time cap.
Yeah, couldn't have used that time to chalk it.
If she gets to the end, she'll get credit for this final rep. That could help in a tie-break situation. Not going to happen for Danielle Brandon. It's Laura Horvath who's going to lock up the event win. She will be your overall leader heading into the weekend, but only by 5 points over Tia Toomey, and she absolutely demolished this event.
She did, Sean. She killed it from start to finish, to say the least, and she was someone we had our eyes on. We know that the selection of movements, going from a monostructural movement into a weightlifting movement into a gymnastics movement, is something that she excels at historically, specifically when that gymnastics movement is a hanging modality.
5th career event win at the Rogue Invitational for Laura Horvath.
That's right, and she killed it right out of the gate. She skied aggressively, which is something that she has as a strength in her back pocket. When she needs to go fast on an erg, she knows that she's got that capacity. These shoulder to overhead were absolutely nothing for her. She started off just straight push pressing, just a dip and a drive overhead. Smooth transition between her legs, a lot like we've seen from those successful on the men's side. Roman Kronikov, of course, did the exact same thing. And then when it came to the killer cage, it was far from killer for Laura. She's got strong hands, strong grip. Her hobby of loving to rock climb really paid off dividends for this, and she absolutely demolished the conclusion of Friday night.
100 points for Laura Horvath. She picks up her 5th career event win at the Rogue Invitational, and she is with Kiki Dixon.
They're blurry. Yeah.
Laura, congratulations on your 5th career event win here at the Rogue Invitational. Roman won this event for the men, and when I asked him what was the most difficult thing, he said the killer cage. Would you agree with that? Why or why not?
Yeah, definitely. Like the ski and the dumbbell was there to like slow us down a little bit, to be there like as an obstacle. But it was all about the cage, the monkey bars.
Now we were watching your replay on the Jumbotron and you were kind of picking apart this or that, even with the event win. Are you just always in competitor mode, even if it's against yourself?
Yeah, I think I am.
Great way to finish the night. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys, you're awesome. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
3 events down, a 4th, a 2nd, and a 1st for Laura Horvath, as we are a 1/3 of the way through this competition, and she will be your overall leader heading into Saturday. And that will conclude our coverage here on day number 2 at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. The final Strongman event of the day, event number 3 for them, has been postponed until tomorrow. For all the latest updates and schedules, as far as event results and overall standings are concerned as well, you can head to roguefitness.com/invitational. Danny Spiegel does herself a favor with a solid win in heat number 1, but it's Laura Horvath who wins the event. That is going to do it for us for today for the 2023 Rogue Invitational. For Kiki Dixon and Adrian Conway, I'm Sean Woodland. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We will see you back here tomorrow for Saturday at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas.
The 2023 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. Beyond the Whiteboard. Fitness is a journey. And Ice Barrel. Get colder, feel better.